A. What do you need to learn? Did you know that there are over 500,000 words in English, but that the average native speaker only uses about 5,000 in everyday speech? You already know many of those 5,000 words. This book will help you to learn many of those that you do not yet know, and it will help you to use them appropriately and accurately. B. What does knowing a new word mean? It is not enough just to know the meaning of a word. You also need to know
which words it is usually used with,
its grammatical characteristics,
how it is pronounced,
whether it is formal, informal, or neutral.
So when you learn a word, you should make sure that you
learn new words in phrases, not in isolation.
Notice how words commonly go together. These are called collocations and include adjectives and nouns. For example, rich vocabulary, classical music, common sense. Verbs and nouns. For example, to express an opinion, to take sides. Nouns in phrases. For example, in touch with, a train set, a sense of humour. Words and prepositions. For example, at a loss for words, in particular.
Notice special grammatical characteristics of new words. For example, note irregular verbs. For example, undertake, undertook, undertaken. Uncountable nouns, for example, luggage, or nouns that are only used in the plural, for example, scissors.
Notice any special pronunciation problems with new words.
Check if the word is particularly formal or informal in character. In other words, if it has a particular register.
C. How can you help yourself to memorize words?
Research suggests that some students find it easier to learn words if they A. learn them in groups, and B. make use of pictures, as shown here.
You can group words in any way you like. Topic, grammatical feature, word root, and so on. The unit titles in this book might give you some ideas.
D. How can you help yourself learn more words?
This book will help you to learn vocabulary in a systematic way. However, you can also help yourself to learn more words and expressions by reading and listening to as much English as possible. Here are some ideas about things you can read or listen to.
Websites, recipes, poetry, blogs, audiobooks, radio, for example, BBC World Service, films, magazines, TV, newspapers, fiction, tweets, podcasts, academic or professional literature, songs, sports reports, YouTube, reference material, dictionaries, encyclopedias, conversations with native speakers.
A. Organizing words by meaning.
Try dividing your notebook into different broad sections, with sections for words for feelings, words to describe places, words for movement, words for thinking, and so on.
Charts and tables of various kinds can help you organize your vocabulary. Here is an example for words connected with music.
Instruments: guitar, cello, piano. Types of music: classical, not classic. Folk, not folkloric. World. Verbs: play, strum, a guitar, perform. Related words: Practice, noun. Practice, verb. Track, release, an album.
B. Building networks of meaning.
A network diagram is useful. It can grow in whatever direction you want it to.
The web. Social networks. Unfriend someone. Sign up. Tweet. Surfing. Link. Pop-up. Homepage. Security. Virus. Password. Identity theft. Verbs. Upload. Download. Post. Email. Spam. Junk mail. Forward.
C. Collocations and fixed phrases.
It is important to know how a word combines with other words, its collocations. Always record the common collocations of a word as you meet them. For example, win, prize, award, medal. Earn, money, a high salary. Gain, time, an advantage.
Where a word is often used in a fixed phrase, always record the whole phrase. For example, in a hurry, out of touch, to and fro, now and again.
D. Synonyms and antonyms.
When you find a synonym, same meaning, or an antonym, opposite meaning, of a word you already have in your book, enter it next to that word with a few notes. For example, urban, antonym or opposite, rural. Stop, synonym, cease. Cease is very formal.
E. Organising by word class.
Make a note of the word class of a new word, whether it is a noun, verb, adjective, etc. Record words from the same word family together. For example, produce, produce, verb or noun. Product, noun. Productive, adjective.
F. Stress.
Record where the stress falls on a multi-syllable word, especially if the stress changes between word classes. For example, produce, verb, produce, noun, productive, adjective.
A. What a good dictionary tells you. The basics. A good learner's dictionary, in book form or online, can tell you about
Pronunciation. This may mean learning some symbols which are different from the letters of the English alphabet. Th. In thick. Th. In then. Ch. In church. Sh. In she. J. In jam. J. In pleasure. In ring. A. In bad. O. In top. Or. In form. In put. In about. In up. In bird.
Word stress. Often shown by a mark before the syllable to be stressed, or by underlining, or bold type. For example, complicated.
Usage. How a word is used and any special grammatical pattern that goes with it. For example, suggest and clause not an infinitive. I suggest you ring her right away. Not, I suggest you to ring her right away.
B. Additional information.
Synonyms, words of similar meaning, and antonyms, opposites. For example, mislay and misplace, synonyms. Friend, opposite, enemy or foe, antonyms.
Collocations, how words go together. For example, the adjective firm is often used in these collocations: firm commitment, firm grip, firm believer.
Whether a verb is transitive or intransitive, catch is transitive and must have an object. For example, he caught the ball and threw it back to me. Laugh is intransitive and does not need an object. For example, she laughed when I told her the news.
Whether a word is used for people and or things. In this entry for the adjective hurtful in the Cambridge Advanced Learners Dictionary online, we can see that hurtful can be used about what someone says or about someone.
Hurtful, adjective, causing emotional pain. That was a very hurtful remark. How can you be so hurtful?
Word class, often as abbreviations: N, noun; ADJ, adjective, etc. And whether a noun is countable or uncountable.
Information about how words are related to one another through meaning. The Cambridge Advanced Learners Dictionary online allows you to see a visual display of the networks of meaning for a word. As in this display for the adjective fascinating. The visual thesaurus shows related adjectives.
Fascinating, entrancing, enthralling, enchanting, captivating, bewitching.
Fascinating, absorbing, engrossing, gripping, riveting.
The adjectives are grouped according to meaning. This can be very useful when you are writing. If you want to vary your use of adjectives, you can look up the related adjectives to see which one, or ones, most closely expresses or express the meaning you need.
A. Working out meaning from context. There are a number of clues you can use to help you understand the meaning of an unfamiliar word.
The context in which the word is used. Visual clues. For example, a picture in a book or film footage in a TV news broadcast. Your own background knowledge about a situation. For example, if you already know that there has just been an earthquake in a big city, then you will find it easy to understand the word earthquake when you hear a news broadcast about it. The words around the unfamiliar word. For example, Tara picked one tall yellow gladiolus to put in her new vase. Even if you have never seen or heard the word gladiolus, it is clear from the context that it is a type of flower. Grammatical clues. For example, it is clear that superstitious must be an adjective in the sentence, Alejandro is very superstitious and would never walk under a ladder. Or that gingerly is an adverb in Mike came gingerly down the stairs, trying to avoid all the broken glass.
Similarity to other words you already know in English. A large number of words in English are made up of combinations of other words. You may never have seen the word headscarf, for example, but it is easy to work out that it is a scarf worn on the head. Units 74 to 76 will help you improve your skills in understanding how English uses everyday words to build up new concepts.
Structure. A prefix or suffix may give you a clue. For example, Units 70 to 72 focus on different aspects of word formation in English and should help you use those clues to make sense of unfamiliar words.
Similarity to a word you know in your own or some other language. If your first language is of Latin or of Germanic origin, you will come across many words in English that resemble words in your own language. However, English has taken many words from many other languages too. So make use of any other languages you know. But remember that some words are false friends. They sound as if they mean the same, but in fact they have a different meaning. For example, gift in English means a present, but in German, gift means poison. B. Explaining unknown words. The following expressions are useful when you are trying to explain what a word or expression means.
It's probably something like a chair, for example. It's probably something a bit like a chair, for example.
It's got to be something you use for painting pictures or cleaning the kitchen floor, for example.
It's a kind of bird. It's a kind of musical instrument. It's a kind of building.
I think it could mean
A. Using the.
most names of countries are used without the, but some countries and other names have the before them. For example, the United States, the US or the USA, the United Kingdom or the UK, the Netherlands, the Philippines, the United Arab Emirates or the UAE, the European Union or the EU, the Commonwealth.
B. Adjectives referring to people, countries, and languages.
With ISH. British, Irish, Flemish, Polish, Danish, Turkish, Spanish.
With IAN or AN. Canadian, Brazilian, Latvian, Korean, Russian, Australian.
With ESE. Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, Portuguese, Maltese, Taiwanese.
With I. Israeli, Iraqi, Kuwaiti, Pakistani, Yemeni, Bangladeshi.
With IC. Icelandic, Arabic, Slavonic.
Some adjectives are worth learning separately. For example, Swiss, Thai, Greek, Dutch, Cypriot.
C. Nationalities.
Some nationalities and cultural identities have nouns for referring to people. For example, a Finn, a Swede, a Turk, a Spaniard, a Dane, a Briton, an Arab, a Pole. For most nationalities, we can use the adjective as a noun. For example, a German, an Italian, a Belgian, a Catalan, a Greek, an African, a European.
Some need woman or man or person added to them. You can't say a Dutch. So if in doubt, use them. For example, a Dutchman, a French woman, an Irish person, an Icelandic man. D. World regions.
The Arctic, Scandinavia, North America, Asia, Europe, the Mediterranean, Central America, the Caribbean, North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, East Asia, the Pacific, the Atlantic, South America, Southern Africa, the Indian Ocean, Australia, the Antarctic, Antarctica.
Regional groups and ethnic groups.
People belong to ethnic groups and regional groups, such as African Caribbean, Asian, Latin American, North African, Scandinavian, Southern African, European, Arabic. These can be used as countable nouns or as adjectives.
Many Europeans enjoy travelling to the Far East to experience Asian cultures. Arabic culture extends across a vast region of North Africa and the Middle East. People speak dialects as well as languages. Everyone has a native language or first language, sometimes called mother tongue. Many have second and third languages. Some people are expert in more than one language and are bilingual or multilingual. People who only know one language are monolingual.
A. Cold weather.
In Northern Europe, daytime temperatures are often quite mild, even in late autumn. The days are often misty, foggy and damp. Soon winter arrives with frost, icy roads and severe weather, including heavy snow. As people expect the weather to be bad, they try and keep warm so they don't freeze. Freezing weather may continue in the far north until May or even June, when the ground starts to thaw and the ice melts again.
B. Warm or hot weather.
In a tropical climate, the weather is often stifling, muggy and humid. In other hot climates, there may be boiling hot days and heat waves may be common.
C. Wet weather.
Shower, heavy rain, pour down, torrential rain, flood.
This wet weather scale gets stronger from left to right. Shower, noun. Heavy rain. Pour down, verb, or downpour, noun. Torrential rain. Flood, noun and verb.
This rain won't last long. It's only a shower.
There was quite heavy rain during the night. It rained heavily during the night.
It was absolutely pouring down yesterday. There was a real downpour.
In Malaysia, there is usually torrential rain most days, and the roads sometimes get flooded. There are sometimes floods on the roads.
The sky's a bit overcast. I think it's going to rain.
We had a drought last summer. It didn't rain for 6 weeks.
D. Wind.
There was a gentle breeze on the beach, just enough to cool us.
There was a very strong wind, and my umbrella blew away. There was a very high wind, and my umbrella blew away.
There was a gale that day, so we didn't go sailing.
People stayed indoors because there was a hurricane on the way.
A. Hair, face, skin and complexion.
She's got straight hair and she's thin-faced. She's got straight hair and she's got a thin face.
She's got long, wavy hair and she's round-faced. She's got long, wavy hair and she's got a round face.
She's got curly hair and is black.
He's got a crew cut. He's white.
He's bald and has freckles.
He's got a beard and moustache and has a chubby face.
He's got receding hair and a few wrinkles.
He used to have black hair, but now it's gone grey, almost white.
What sort of person would you find attractive? Blonde, fair, dark, or ginger-haired? What sort of person would you find attractive? Blonde, fair, dark, or red-haired?
She has such beautiful auburn hair.
Fair and dark can be used for hair, complexion or skin.
Some people like getting a tan in summer, although the risks of getting sunburnt are well known.
B. Height and build.
Fat may sound impolite. Instead, we can say that someone is rather plump or stout, or a bit overweight. If someone is broad and solid, we can say they are stocky. A person with good muscles can be well-built or muscular. Someone who is very fat can be described as obese, especially when talking in a medical context.
Someone who is thin can be described as slim or skinny. If someone has a nice figure, they have an attractive shape.
C. General appearance.
She's a very smart and elegant woman, always well dressed. Her husband is quite the opposite. Very scruffy and untidy looking. Very scruffy and messy looking.
Chloe looked stunning in her red dress.
He's very good looking, but his friend's rather unattractive.
Her eyes are her best feature.
Do you think beautiful women are always attracted to handsome men? I don't. I think personality matters most.
First impressions are always important.
A. Intellectual ability.
Lots of ability. Intelligent. Bright. Clever. Sharp. Shrewd. Able. Gifted. Talented. Brainy. Informal. Lacking ability. Stupid. Foolish. Simple. Silly. Brainless. Daft. Dumb. Dim. Thick. The last 5 are predominantly informal words, and they can all be offensive. Clever in a negative way, using brains to trick or deceive. Cunning, crafty, sly.
B. Attitudes towards life.
Amal is pessimistic, while Nia is optimistic. He always expects the worst to happen, while she looks on the bright side.
It is strange that one of the twins is so extroverted while the other is so introverted. Ben loves being the focus of attention, while Jake prefers to be alone with his thoughts.
I feel very tense after a very busy day at work, but after a hot bath, I'll soon feel relaxed. I feel very wound up after a very busy day at work, but after a hot bath, I'll soon feel relaxed. I feel very stressed out after a very busy day at work, but after a hot bath, I'll soon feel relaxed.
Eva is very sensible. She'd never do anything stupid. In other words, she's very practical and down to earth.
Roberto is very sensitive. He gets very upset. Or worked up, more informal, if he feels people are criticizing him.
C. Attitude towards other people.
Enjoying others' company. Sociable. Gregarious.
Disagreeing with others. Quarrelsome. Argumentative.
Taking pleasure in others' pain. Cruel. Sadistic.
Relaxed in attitude to self and others. Easygoing. Even-tempered. Laid back.
Not polite to others. Impolite. Rude. Ill-mannered. Discourteous.
Telling the truth to others. Honest. Trustworthy. Reliable. Sincere.
Unhappy if others have what you do not have yourself. Jealous. Envious.
D. One person's meat is another person's poison. Some characteristics can be either positive or negative, depending on your point of view. The words in the right-hand column mean roughly the same as the words in the left-hand column, except that they have negative rather than positive connotations.
Positive associations. Determined. Negative associations. Obstinate. Stubborn. Pig-headed. Thrifty. Economical. Stingy. Mean. Tight-fisted. Miserly. Self-assured. Confident. Self-important. Arrogant. Full of yourself. Unconventional. Original. Eccentric. Odd. Peculiar. Weird. Frank. Direct. Open. Blunt. Abrupt. Brusque. Curt. Broad-minded. Unprincipled. Permissive. Inquiring. Inquisitive. Nosy. Generous. Extravagant. Innocent. Naive. Ambitious. Pushy. Assertive. Aggressive. Bossy.
A. Positive and negative qualities.
Positive. She has a heart of gold. He's as good as gold.
Negative. She's as hard as nails. He's a nasty piece of work.
Note also, her heart's in the right place. He's such an awkward customer. She's a pain in the neck. Nobody likes her. He gets on everyone's nerves.
B. Idioms based on head. You can learn idioms by associating them with a key word or words. Two of the idioms in A, for example, are based on gold and two on heart. Here is a set of idioms describing people based on the word head.
To have your head screwed on.
To have a head for heights.
To have a head like a sieve.
To have a good head for figures.
To have your head in the clouds.
To be head and shoulders above someone.
To bury your head in the sand.
To keep your head.
C. How people relate to the social norm.
She's a bit of an oddball.
He's really over the top.
He's gone round the bend, if you ask me.
My politics are very middle of the road.
D. Who's who in the class? Idioms for people in the classroom.
Sam's teacher's pet.
Laura's top of the class.
Harry is a real know-all.
Ali's a bit of a big head.
Anna's a lazybones.
The last three idioms are used of people outside the classroom situation too.
A. Types of relationship.
Are you and Holly best friends?
She's a good friend. She's not my best friend.
But she's more than just a casual acquaintance, right?
Oh, yes. We were housemates at university.
Really? So how did you first meet her?
I met her through my ex, Callum. She wasn't in a steady relationship with anyone at the time, and she was looking for someone to share a room.
Aha! Is that Callum who's now Olivia's partner?
Yeah, that's the one. They're not just partners, they're married, and they're colleagues too. They're saving to buy a house now, so Callum's living with his parents-in-law at the moment.
B. Internet relationships.
If you join a social network, you can acquire friends, people you share personal information with, and build up your list of contacts. You can invite people to become your friends, and you can choose to accept new friends who invite you. You can interact with your friends by exchanging messages or posting comments on their page. You can also share photos and tag your friends, name them in photos that you post. If you want to finish a relationship, you can unfriend or defriend that person.
C. Liking and not liking someone.
Core verb. Like. Positive. Stronger. Love. Adore. Idolize. Negative. Dislike. Can't stand. Loathe. Respect. Look up to. Admire. Look down on. Despise. Attract. Be attracted to. Fancy. Informal. Leave someone cold. She doesn't just like Ben, she idolizes him. I can't stand him.
I really fancy Charlotte, but her friend just leaves me cold. I really fancy Charlotte, but her friend doesn't do anything for me.
D. Phrases and idioms for relationships and dating.
Lily and I get on well. Lily and I get on well with each other.
Jack and Amelia don't see eye to eye.
I've fallen out with my parents again.
Carl is having an affair with his boss.
Let's try and make it up.
He's dating a Spanish girl. They've been seeing each other for a couple of months.
They met at a party and got together soon after.
A. Types of houses or places people live in.
Detached house. Not joined to any other house.
Terraced house. Joined to several houses to form a row.
Bungalow. A house with only one story. No upstairs. Semi-detached house or semi, informal. Joined to one other house.
Self-contained flat. Does not share facilities with any other.
Cottage. A small house in the country or in a village.
Studio flat. A small apartment for 1 or 2 people. Usually with one large room for sleeping and living in. A bathroom and sometimes a separate kitchen.
Villa. A large house with big gardens, or a rented house in a holiday resort or tourist area.
B. Places in the home. You probably already know the names of most rooms and locations in a typical home. Here are some less common ones and what they are for.
Master or main bedroom. The largest, most important bedroom.
Utility room. Usually just for the washing machine, freezer, etc.
Shed. Small building separated from the house, usually for storing garden tools.
Attic or loft. Space in the roof of a house used for storing things. It can also be converted into an extra living space with stairs leading up to it. Attic or loft conversion.
Cellar. Room below ground level, no windows, used for storing things.
Basement. Room below ground level with windows for living or working.
Studio. A room in which a painter or photographer works.
Landing. Flat area at the top of a staircase.
Hall or hallway. Open area as you come into a house.
Porch. Covered area before an entrance door.
Terrace or patio. Paved area between house and garden for sitting and eating, etc.
Drive. A short road leading from the street to the house or garage. You can drive and park on it. C. Everyday objects in the home.
Remote or remote control.
Corkscrew.
Phone charger.
Peeler.
Toilet roll.
Chopping board.
Hanger or coat hanger.
Ironing board.
Socket.
Dustpan and brush.
Grater.
Table mat.
A. Things that go wrong in houses and flats.
This pipe's leaking.
He kicked the football too hard and it smashed a window.
This pot is cracked.
The batteries in this torch have run out. The batteries in this torch are dead. I'll have to get some more.
I'm sorry. Your cup's chipped. Let me get you another one.
The lights aren't working. There's been a power cut.
The door handle's come off.
The door handle's fallen off.
The washing machine broke down the other day.
I'm sorry. The biscuits were at the bottom of my bag and they got crushed by the potatoes.
My computer keeps crashing today. B. Everyday minor injuries.
She twisted her ankle coming down the stairs.
I bumped my head against the cupboard door and got a bruise. I banged my head against the cupboard door and got a bruise.
Kelly tripped and fell down and grazed her knee this morning.
C. Other everyday minor problems.
I've mislaid my memory stick. Have you seen it anywhere?
She spilt some coffee on the carpet. I hope it doesn't leave a stain.
The sink is blocked.
I'm afraid I've dented your car. I'm really sorry. I'll pay for the repairs.
My mouse has stopped working. It could be a software problem.
I've locked myself out. Can I use your phone to ring my wife?
The car won't start. I hope it's nothing serious. Perhaps the battery's flat.
The kitchen clock's slow. What time do you make it? The kitchen clock's fast. What time do you make it? The kitchen clock's stopped. What time do you make it? A. Disasters and tragedies.
Earthquake.
Flood.
Drought.
Volcano.
Famine.
Landslide.
Epidemic.
Explosion. For example, a bomb.
Major accident or incident. For example, a plane crash.
Hurricane. Or tornado. Or typhoon. Or tropical storm.
War or civil war.
Disasters not caused by human beings can be called natural disasters.
Verbs connected with these words.
A volcano has erupted in Indonesia. Hundreds are feared dead.
The flu epidemic spread rapidly throughout the country.
Millions are starving as a result of the famine.
A big earthquake shook the city at noon today.
The area is suffering its worst drought for many years.
Civil war has broken out in the north of the country.
A tornado swept through the islands yesterday.
B. Words for people involved in disasters and tragedies.
The explosion resulted in 300 casualties.
The real victims of civil war are children left without parents.
There were only 3 survivors. All the other passengers were reported dead.
Thousands of refugees have crossed the border looking for food and shelter.
Millions of migrants enter the country each year looking for a better life.
During the battle, the dead and wounded were flown out in helicopters.
C. Diseases or epidemics. Here are some headlines from newspapers, all connected with diseases and epidemics. Explanations are given.
Rabies out of control in many parts of Asia.
New AIDS unit to be opened this month.
New malaria drug tested.
Cholera and typhoid injections not needed, says Tourism Minister.
Rabies, disease, can be caused by bite from a dog, fox, etc. Very serious.
AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome, often caused by sexual contact or contact with contaminated blood.
Malaria, usually caught because of mosquito bites.
Cholera and typhoid. Diseases causing sickness, diarrhea, etc. Caused often by infected food and water.
A. Stages in a person's education. UK system.
The youngest children start their education in a creche, where they mostly play, but also do some early learning activities. After that, they may go to a nursery school. Between the ages of 5 and 11, children attend primary school, where they learn the basics of reading, writing, arithmetic, etc. For most children, secondary education begins when they enter a comprehensive school, or a more traditional grammar school, to which they gain admission by sitting an exam. The famous UK public schools are in fact private, fee-paying schools. Between the ages of 11 and 18, young people take a wide range of subjects in arts, sciences, and technical areas. In the UK, pupils can leave school at the age of 16, although many young people choose to remain in full-time education until the age of 18. In England, it is compulsory for young people to continue with some form of education or training until they are 18, even if they also have a job. From 16 to 18, young people may study at secondary school or at a sixth form college, after which they may go on to higher education.
B. Exams and qualifications.
You take, do, or sit an exam or resit an exam. At schools and sixth form colleges in the UK, students have to take formal end-of-year exams. At 18, a lot of students sit their university entrance exams, commonly referred to as A-levels. Students are usually given marks, for example, 75%, or grades, for example, A, B+, C. If you pass and do well, you get a high grade. If you fail, you don't get the minimum grade. If you skip classes, you'll probably do badly in the exam.
C. Technology.
With an LMS or a VLE, students can work online and do more distance learning or blended learning. Teachers can monitor students' activities and progress. Students can choose courses and/or modules, submit work, write blogs, access wikis and leave voice messages.
D. Talking about education. Common questions.
What's the school leaving age?
It's 18 in a lot of countries.
At what age does compulsory education begin? A. University studies.
Students who attend university in the UK start with undergraduate studies, which are the studies towards a bachelor's degree. They follow a programme of different modules. They usually have to complete a certain number of credits each year. For example, if the students need 180 credits, they might take 2 modules of 60 credits each, and their dissertation might be worth another 60 credits. When they have graduated, students become graduates.
If they want to continue their university education, students can begin postgraduate studies. The first stage of this would be a master's degree, and after that, they can do a PhD, Doctor of Philosophy. Postgraduate studies require students to specialise in a particular field, and they often do research. They usually have to write another dissertation for a master's degree or a thesis for a PhD.
B. People, places, and types of classes.
A university campus. A lecture theatre. A tutorial. If you visit a university campus, you'll see a lecture theatre, or a lecture hall. During lectures, students listen to a lecturer and take notes. Some modules have seminars where smaller groups discuss the subject in detail. The academic staff might also include tutors, who teach students individually or in small groups, in sessions called tutorials. Many students live on campus in halls of residence, or halls.
C. Student services.
Admissions.
To apply for one of our postgraduate programmes, check the entry requirements on the programme page. Then click here to submit your application.
Funding.
Tuition fees should be paid at the beginning of the academic year. To apply for a student loan or a scholarship, click here.
Student union.
Visit our Student Union page to find out more about student societies and clubs.
A. Jobs in a workplace.
Director.
Executive.
Administrator.
Skilled worker.
Unskilled worker.
Receptionist.
Public Relations Officer.
Union representative.
Researcher.
Supervisor.
B. Trades and professions.
Professions.
Civil servant. Scientist. Physiotherapist. Designer. Economist. Judge. Lecturer. Ambassador. Banker.
Trades.
Firefighter. Childminder. Electrician. Carpenter. Plumber.
C. Collocations of words connected with work.
It's not easy to get work round these parts. It's not easy to find work round these parts.
I've been offered work in Paris. I've been offered a job in Paris.
What do you do for a living?
I'm in publishing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm in banking.
It's hard to make a living as a freelance writer.
She's not prepared to take on that job.
Hours of work. To do shift work or to work shifts. To be on flexi time. To work 9 to 5. Not working. To go or be on strike. To get the sack. To be fired. More formal than get the sack. Often used in direct speech. You're fired. To be made redundant. To be laid off. More informal than made redundant. To be on or to take maternity or paternity leave. To be on or to take sick leave. To take early retirement. Other useful expressions. To be a workaholic. To be promoted. To apply for a job.
A. Starting a business.
Ryan Archer had an idea for a business. He had a computer, but it was never just right for all his personal needs. So he went to his bank manager and put forward a business plan to sell custom-built computers on the internet. He launched his business a year later, offering an individual service making desktop and laptop computers, and 2 years later rolled out an expanded range including tablets and other handheld devices. His firm now manufactures around 200 machines a year and delivers to 26 countries around the world. Ryan said,
"It's all about personal service and customer care. This was our priority from the start. We didn't really do any proper market research, and we weren't sure if such machines would sell, especially during a recession. But I felt there were enough potential customers to make it worth the risk. I was right. Soon, designers, scientists, academics, and other professional people were requesting personalized machines, and our order books were full."
Going forward, Archer plans to expand the business further, and a new range of machines will launch next year.
B. Common business English phrases and collocations.
The CEO of a big corporation gave us these tips for success in business.
Do business in the markets you know best before trying to enter new ones. It may be difficult to access new markets. Build contacts, that's the secret. You may not make a profit immediately. Be patient. You will probably face stiff competition, so make sure your product is the best. Get regular feedback from your employees and customers. They know best.
A. Some sports whose names you may not know.
Hang gliding, bowling or 10-pin bowling, fencing, show jumping, windsurfing, snowboarding, scuba diving, snooker, pool or billiards, motor racing, archery.
B. Equipment. What you hold in your hand.
Golf, club, squash, tennis and badminton, racket, darts, dart, archery, bow, cricket, table tennis and baseball, bat, ice hockey and field hockey, Stick. Snooker, pool and billiards. Cue. Canoeing. Paddle. Rowing. Oar. Fishing, rod or line.
C. Athletics.
Discus, throw. Javelin, high jump. Long jump. Gymnastics. Pole vault.
She's a great sprinter.
He's a great long-distance runner. For example, 5,000 metres. He's doing a marathon next month.
D. Competition in sport.
She set a new Olympic record last year.
He holds the record for the 100 metres breaststroke.
England qualified for the World Cup but got knocked out in the third round.
Our team made it to the semi-final, but then we were beaten.
Our team reached the semi-final, but then we were beaten.
Most sports are very competitive these days.
She felt proud as she held the trophy in her hands.
Players who disagree with the referee set a bad example to the spectators and to their fans.
E. People who do particular sports.
ER can be used for many sports. For example, footballer, swimmer, etc. Player is often necessary. For example, tennis player, squash player. Some names must be learnt separately. For example, canoeist, mountaineer, jockey, archer, not archerer, gymnast.
A. Art and the arts.
Literature. Biographies. Novels. Short stories. Drama. Poetry.
Fine arts. Sculpture. Painting. Architecture. Ceramics. Making pots, bowls, etc.
Performing arts. Theatre. Dance. Cinema. Ballet. Opera. Concerts. Classical or rock or country and western.
The arts, plural, covers everything in the diagram above.
Art, singular, uncountable, usually means fine art, but can also refer to technique and creativity.
Have you read the arts page in the paper today?
She's a great art lover.
Shakespeare was skilled in the art of poetry.
Ask Sarah to help you decorate your room. She's very artistic.
A work of art, plural equals works of art, is an object made by a skilled artist, typically a painting, drawing, or statue.
The phrase arts and crafts is used to refer to the skills of making objects such as decorations, jewellery and furniture by hand.
B. Types of art and artists.
This is a sculptor. He's creating a statue. His type of art is called sculpture.
This is a potter. She's throwing a pot. Her type of art is called pottery.
Henry is an architect. He's designing a building. His type of art is called architecture.
An abstract painting involves shapes and colours, rather than images of real people or things.
A portrait is a painting of a person.
A landscape is a painting of a scene in the countryside.
A still life is a painting of a set of objects that do not move, usually fruit or flowers.
An original painting is one produced by the painter himself or herself, rather than a copy or reproduction.
C. Literature.
Lisa O'Donnell is one of the country's most popular novelists. She has written a series of romantic novels, all with a historical setting. These have all been bestsellers, although the critics complain that her plots are predictable and her characters are not very realistic. Her cousin, Lucy Smith, is a more literary writer, and her books tend to get better reviews, although they do not sell so well. Both writers have a novel which will be ready for publication later this year. They will also be available to download as e-books. We have received advance copies of both novels, and it is interesting to compare the opening passage from Smith's latest book with an extract from the first chapter of O'Donnell's.
A. At the theatre.
We went to see a new production of Hamlet last night. The sets were incredibly realistic, and the costumes were wonderful. It was a good cast, and I thought the direction was excellent. Toby Cartwright gave a marvellous performance. It got rave reviews in the papers today.
Dance usually refers to modern artistic dance forms. Ballet usually has a more traditional feel, unless we say modern ballet.
A comedian is a person who entertains people by telling jokes. They may have a show of their own, or they may feature in a show with lots of different entertainers.
The people who watch a show are the audience. Viewer is only used about someone watching a TV programme.
B. At the cinema.
Our local cinema's showing Spectre again next week. Do you fancy going to see it?
Yes, that'd be great. I love the opening scene at the carnival in Mexico City. The James Bond films are always set in great locations.
Yes, and I think the film really captures the human side of James Bond.
That's right. A lot of work went into the script for this, and the dialogue's particularly good, I think.
Do you know who the director was?
Sam Mendes, I think. He didn't write the screenplay, though. I'm not sure who wrote that. The score is by Thomas Newman. He also wrote the music for Skyfall.
C. Other words connected with events in the arts.
The Opera Society are doing a performance of Don Giovanni.
The National Theatre has a very large and versatile stage.
What's on at the cinema next week? What's on at the theatre next week? Note the two prepositions.
Sometimes they use our school hall as a venue for concerts. It's a little small, but is otherwise quite good.
There was an actor on TV last night promoting an interesting new play he's appearing in at the Globe.
A. Downloading and managing your music. Downloading music as MP3 files is easy.
You can download a whole album or individual tracks onto your phone or computer.
You can save your favourite albums and tracks in playlists so you can find them easily.
You can sync, or more formal, synchronize, the music files on your computer with your phone.
You can also stream music from the internet or from your computer to other rooms in your home if you have the right equipment. B. A typical rock band.
She's lead singer in a rock band. One of her brothers plays lead guitar, and her other brother is a keyboard player, so it's a real family band.
What would you rather play in a band, drums or bass? I could never be a drummer, but I think I could become a fairly good bass guitarist.
Bass. Singer. Drums. Guitar. Keyboard.
C. Types of music.
My family all have different tastes in music. My sister Nikki loves classical music. My uncle Ben's a folk fan, and my father loves jazz. I like R&B and hip-hop. I even compose a bit of rap myself. My older brother is into the Beatles and other 60s music. My mother loves film soundtracks, but I just find them uninteresting. One type of music I can't stand is the canned music you get in supermarkets and airports. It drives me crazy.
D. Collocations for musical activities.
She plays the guitar, but she doesn't read music. She plays by ear. She's got a good ear. She can pick out a tune on almost any instrument. She's a very talented musician.
You can make music in lots of ways. You don't need to be a trained musician to enjoy music to the full.
A. Talking about flavours and tastes, adjectives and some opposites. Hot, spicy. For example, curry. Opposite, mild, bland, salty, sugary, sickly, savoury, sour, bitter, tasty. Opposite, tasteless, Moorish.
I love spicy food, especially curries. The hotter the better.
My sister prefers mild curries.
Those cakes are too sugary for me. They have a sickly taste.
They had some delicious savoury snacks at the party. They were very Moorish.
The breakfast buffet was very poor quality. The coffee tasted bitter and the fruit juice was sour.
The food on the plane was bland and tasteless. It was like eating cardboard.
B. Appearance, presentation, and quality of food.
This meat is overcooked, or overdone, or undercooked, or underdone.
I'm afraid this mango is a bit unripe. They're not really in season at the moment.
This butter has gone off. I think we should throw it out.
I don't feel like anything heavy. I just want something light. A salad would be fine.
British cooking can be very stodgy.
Zoe will only buy organic fruit and vegetables.
We should try to have a balanced diet without too much or too little of any particular thing.
A diet of junk food can cause long-term health problems.
Processed food in general is not good for you.
C. Eating out.
At most good restaurants, you usually have to book a table or make a reservation beforehand. If something happens or you are ill, you may need to cancel the booking or reservation. In the UK, a meal in a restaurant is typically 3 courses: a starter, a main course, then a dessert. You can often order side dishes. Some restaurants may have a set menu, or you can order individual dishes, called ordering à la carte. Restaurants often have specials advertised on a board. They often cater for vegetarians, non-meat eaters, and vegans.
D. Eating at home.
Right, there's more soup. Who wants seconds?
Oh, yes, please. It was absolutely delicious.
There's bread here. Just help yourself.
Thanks.
Be sure to keep a bit of room for some pudding. Can I refill your glass?
Ah, yes, thank you.
Say when.
When? That's fine. Thanks.
A. Geographical features.
You have to be careful about the use of the with geographical features. Countries. Use with the. No. Example. France. Countries which are in a plural form. Yes. The USA, the Philippines. Individual mountains. No. Mount Everest. Mountains in the Bernese Oberland. Yes. The Jungfrau. Mountain chains. Yes. The Himalayas. Islands. No. Sicily. Groups of islands. Yes. The West Indies. Rivers. Yes. The Volga. Oceans. Yes. The Pacific. Seas. Yes. The Mediterranean. Gulfs, bays and straits. Yes. The Gulf of Mexico. The Bay of Biscay. The Strait of Malacca. Lakes. No. Lake Erie. Currents. Yes. The Gulf Stream.
B. Geographical features in Iceland.
Iceland, an island republic in the North Atlantic. The landscape consists largely of barren plains and mountains, with large ice fields, particularly in the southwest. The island has active volcanoes and is known for its thermal springs and geysers. With less than 1% of the land suitable for growing crops, the nation's economy is based on fishing, and fish products account for 80% of the exports. Area: 103,000 square kilometers. Population: 318,000. Capital: Reykjavik.
C. The sea, rivers and mountains.
Where land meets sea. Coast. Shore. Beach. Words connected with rivers. Valley. Gorge. Stream. Words connected with mountains. Foot. Ridge. Peak. Summit. Glacier. Cape. Cliff. Bay. Peninsula. Source. Waterfall. Tributary. Mouth. Delta. Estuary.
A. The problems and their causes.
A variety of environmental problems now affect our entire world. As globalization continues, local issues become international ones. So today, there are few places in the world that do not suffer from environmental problems. Some of the major problems now affecting the world are acid rain, air pollution, global warming, hazardous waste, ozone depletion, smog, water pollution, overpopulation, and rainforest destruction. People are also worried about the greenhouse effect, where an increase in the amount of carbon dioxide and other gases in the Earth's atmosphere causes a gradual warming of the surface of the Earth. This global warming is leading to the thawing of the polar ice caps, and all this is causing concern about climate change. Both human behavior and climate change have led to many animal and plant species becoming endangered or even extinct.
B. Dealing with the problems.
Worldwide efforts are being made to improve the situation. Green parties and green or ecological policies are mainly concerned with protecting the environment. Conservation organisations are developing nature reserves where plants and animals are protected. Some farmers produce organic food, which avoids the use of harmful chemicals. More companies try to behave in a way that is environmentally friendly or ecologically sound. Societies attempt to dispose of waste in a more responsible way by, for example, recycling as much as possible. People aim to reduce their carbon footprint by using cars less, so that they cut down on their use of fossil fuels, for example.
C. Word families.
Noun, globalization. Verb, globalize. Adjective, global. Adverb, globally. Environment, environmentalist. Environmental, environmentally. Pollution, pollutant. Pollute, polluting. Destruction, destroy. Destructive, destructively. Disposal, dispose. Disposable. Reduction, reduce. Reduced.
A. Describing a city.
The words city and town are sometimes used interchangeably, but a city is generally large with a wider range of facilities. This is a description of Cork, one of Ireland's main cities. Which words or phrases might be useful for describing your own or another town?
Cork City is the major metropolis of the south. Indeed, with a population of about 119,500, it is the second largest city in the Republic. The main business and shopping centre of the town lies on the island created by two channels of the River Lee, with many of the suburbs within walking distance of the centre. The buses tend to be overcrowded, and the one-way traffic system is extremely complicated. In the hilly area of the city is the famous Shandon Steeple, the bell tower of St Anne's Church, built on the site of a church destroyed when the city was besieged by the English in 1690. Back across the River Lee lies the city's cathedral, an imposing 19th-century building in the French Gothic style. Cork has two markets. Neither caters specifically for tourists, but those who enjoy the lively atmosphere of a real working market will appreciate their charm. The town has good sports and arts facilities. The Crawford Art Gallery is well worth a visit. It regularly puts on adventurous exhibitions by contemporary artists. The fashionable residential districts of Cork City overlook the picturesque harbour. There are other residential areas on the outskirts. B. Facilities.
Sports. Swimming pool. Sports centre. Golf course. Tennis courts. Football pitch. Skating rink.
Culture. Theatre. Opera house. Concert hall. Radio station. Art gallery.
Education. School. College. University. Library. Adult Education Centre. Museum.
Catering. Accommodation and nightlife. Restaurant. Takeaway. Hotel. B&B. Bed and breakfast. Youth hostel. Club.
Transport. Bus service. Taxi rank. Car hire. Car park. Parking meters.
Other. Health centre. Law courts. Registry office. Citizens Advice Bureau. Job centre. Department store. Chemists. Garden centre. Police station. Town hall or city hall. Estate agent. Housing estate. Industrial estate.
C. Problems in cities.
Problem. Traffic jams. Effect. Traffic very slow, Commuters get very stressed. Cause. Too much traffic, especially in the rush hour. Slums. Housing in a bad condition. Poverty. People don't have money to spend on housing. Vandalism. Pointless destruction of property. Poverty. Lack of hope. Overcrowding. Difficult living conditions. Too many people living in one place. Pollution. Deterioration in health. Traffic and industrial.
D. Adjectives to describe a city.
Picturesque.
Historic.
Spacious.
Elegant.
Magnificent.
Lively.
Deserted.
Bustling.
Packed.
Filthy.
Run down.
A. Birds and animals.
Wing. Beak. Eggs. Nest. Feather. Whiskers. Fur. Claws. Paw. Tail. Mane. Hoof. Horns.
B. Flowers and trees.
Petals. Pollen. Bud. Thorn. Leaf. Stem. Bough. Twig. Roots. Leaves. Branch. Bark. Trunk.
C. Specific animals.
Here are the English names of some creatures that you may not know. Frog, whale, shark, bat, worm, deer, singular and plural, owl, fox, snail, crab, pigeon, peacock, seal.
D. Some verbs and collocations for talking about processes in nature.
Our apple tree flowers in April. Our apple tree blossoms in April.
Let's pick some flowers.
These birds lay their eggs on the ground.
Bees collect pollen from flowers to make honey. Some verbs can be intransitive, no object, or transitive, with an object.
These flowers grow very quickly.
We grew some tomatoes in our garden last year.
These animals breed in the spring.
My neighbour breeds Burmese cats and sells them.
A. Some items of clothing. At this level, you probably already know most of the everyday words for clothes. Here are some items of clothing, or parts of them, which are perhaps less familiar.
Pyjamas. Collar. Zip. Hoodie. Cuff. Hood. Sleeve. Hem. Badge. Bikini. Belt. Buckle. Bra. Laces. Heel. Sole. Helmet. Slippers.
B. Verbs associated with clothing.
Can I try on these grey shoes in the window?
I love dressing up for parties, as I normally wear jeans.
The skirt is too tight and too short. It needs letting out and letting down.
The dress is too loose and too long. It needs taking in and taking up.
He changed out of his weekend clothes into his uniform.
Red usually doesn't suit people with ginger hair.
Her black bag matches her shoes.
Those shoes don't fit my son anymore. He's grown out of them.
C. Adjectives for describing people's clothing.
How things fit. Baggy, close-fitting.
Style. Long-sleeved, sleeveless, V-neck, round neck.
Materials: denim, woolen, suede.
The patterns on materials.
Pinstriped,
Spotted,
Plain,
Striped.
checked.
flowery.
tartan.
D. Other words and expressions useful for talking about clothing.
Anna always looks very elegant, even when she's dressed casually.
I don't think it's worth spending money on designer sunglasses.
Does your country have a special national costume?
Alessandra's put her top on inside out. I can see the label.
The burglars wore masks and hoods as a disguise in the hope that no one would be able to recognise them on CCTV.
A. What are your symptoms?
Rash,
Bruise.
Lump.
Spots.
A black eye.
All these noun phrases can be used with the verb have or have got. I've got
A sore throat.
a temperature,
High blood pressure. Low blood pressure.
Chest pains.
Backache.
earache,
A pain in my side.
A rash on my chest.
A bruise on my leg. For example, after playing football.
A black eye. For example, after being hit in the eye.
a lump on my arm,
Indigestion. After eating too fast.
Sickness and diarrhea.
Sunburn.
a virus. Verbs:
My back is aching. I shouldn't have lifted all those heavy boxes.
My leg is itching. I think I've been bitten by an insect.
my hands are trembling after the shock of falling down.
I had a headache and started shivering. I knew it was the flu.
My foot hurts from where I knocked it against the table.
I had a cold and it took me 2 weeks to get over it.
Adjectives: I feel sick. I feel breathless. I feel dizzy.
I am depressed. I am exhausted. I am stressed.
Other expressions:
I've lost my appetite. I've lost my voice.
I think I've picked up a bug somewhere.
I've broken my wrist. I've sprained my ankle. I've dislocated my shoulder.
She died of a heart attack.
He contracted AIDS.
My uncle suffered a stroke.
B. What does the doctor prescribe?
Take a teaspoonful of medicine last thing at night.
We'll get the nurse to put a bandage on your wrist.
You'll need to have some injections before you go to the Amazon.
I'm afraid you're going to need an operation.
You'll have to have your leg put in plaster until the break mends.
I'm going to give you some tablets. Take one in the morning and one at night.
A. A history of health technology.
Ancient Egypt. The earliest crutches were in use.
Middle Ages. Spectacles, probably invented by Arab scientists, were used to correct vision.
1500 to 1600. The first wheelchairs were developed.
1800 to 1900. 1804. The first general anaesthetic was used in an operation in Japan. 1896. X-rays were first used in medicine.
1960 to 1970, the first contact lenses were manufactured.
B. The present day.
Medical technology has made rapid advances in recent decades. Nowadays, a vast range of devices is available. People with hearing difficulties wear sophisticated hearing aids. People with heart problems wear tiny pacemakers. Artificial hips and knees are common and are highly efficient. People who have lost an arm or a leg can have a prosthetic leg or a modern robotic arm and hand, which they can use to pick things up like a natural hand. Eyesight problems can be corrected by laser surgery.
C. The future. A recent TV documentary predicted the following developments in medical technology.
Scanners which can identify health problems at an early stage will become more and more sophisticated.
Diagnosing illnesses from a distance. Patients will sit at their home computers, describe their symptoms, and send information automatically to their doctor. For example, their blood pressure or body temperature, using instruments such as thermometers connected to their computer.
Computers and huge databases will provide doctors with more and more information and the tools to treat diseases.
Keyhole surgery will become more common. It will not be necessary to cut open a person's body to operate on them.
A. Diet. Some types of food are considered to be good for our health. Others can cause long-term health problems if they are consumed in large quantities. Here are some examples.
Healthy. Oily fish. For example, salmon, fruit and nuts, wholemeal bread.
Not so healthy. Sugary foods, for example fizzy drinks, food with a high fat or high salt content, processed food. Some foods are considered to be superfoods, foods that may prevent diseases and improve mental as well as physical health. Foods that are often listed as superfoods include
Blueberries may improve short-term memory and slow the aging process.
Apples, a good source of vitamin C. They can also lower cholesterol.
Spinach, high in vitamin A. It can boost the immune system.
vegetable juice, especially tomato, can reduce the risk of heart disease.
B. Lifestyle. Read the magazine extracts about lifestyle issues. Note the use of the adjective and noun forms of the same word.
There has been a sharp rise in the number of children who are obese. Childhood obesity is now a major problem. Children often take too little exercise.
Keeping fit need not be difficult. You can maintain a good level of fitness with a simple routine of daily exercise. Start exercising now.
People often do not realise how stressful their jobs are. Stress can cause high blood pressure, increased risk of heart attacks and depression.
Bad habits can cause serious harm to the body. Alcohol and tobacco are particularly harmful if consumed in large quantities over a long period.
A. Here is some basic vocabulary for different kinds of travel.
Transport. Road. Kinds of vehicle. Car. Bus. Coach. Tram. Van. Lorry. Parts of vehicle. Boot. Steering wheel. People working with it. Driver. Motorist. Mechanic. Chauffeur. Associated words. Petrol station. Breakdown. Breakdown service. rail, high-speed train, express, sleeping car, buffet, coach, ticket collector, conductor, platform, seat reservation, sea, liner, ferry, yacht, deck, bridge, gangway, captain, steward or stewardess, port, cabin, cruise, air, aircraft, jumbo jet, helicopter, cockpit, wings, aisle, ground staff, cabin crew, air traffic controller, duty-free shop, terminal, runway, security.
B. Journey, trip, travel, voyage. A trip is usually shorter than a journey.
We had a long journey by coach from the north to the south of the country.
We usually say business trip, not business journey.
We took a trip to the beach last weekend. We went on a trip to the beach last weekend.
Go on a trip suggests an organised short excursion, whereas take a trip or have a trip could be something you do yourselves in your own car. Travel is a general word. It is an uncountable noun and a verb.
Travel broadens the mind.
How did you travel round Australia?
We hitchhiked.
Voyage means a long journey, usually by sea. Though this use is quite formal. It is often used in other contexts with discovery.
Learning English is a voyage of discovery.
C. Collocations and expressions connected with travel.
My flight from New York to Tokyo was severely delayed because of bad weather. Then later it was cancelled and I was stuck at the airport. The airline put me up in a hotel overnight and they put me on standby for the early morning flight the next day. Luckily, I managed to get a seat and the flight left on time at 7 a.m. There was quite a lot of turbulence during the flight, which was scary at times. When we finally got to Tokyo, the weather was bad and we had a bumpy landing. Luckily, I don't get airsick, but I had terrible jet lag for days afterwards.
I'd always wanted to sail across the Mediterranean, though I was worried I might get seasick. Anyway, I volunteered to work as a crew member on board a yacht, and it was an amazing experience. Everything ran very smoothly, even when the sea was rough, and I never suffered from seasickness.
A. Places to stay and types of holiday.
Campsite. A place where you can pitch a tent or park a caravan. Self-catering flat or apartment. A flat which you rent. You cook for yourself. Guest house. Accommodation like a hotel, but cheaper and with fewer services. Youth hostel. Cheap accommodation, mainly for young people, with perhaps 10 or more people sleeping in bunk beds in one room. Package holiday. A holiday in which you pay for travel, accommodation and food, even occasionally excursions, in advance. Cruise. A holiday spent touring or cruising on a boat, stopping off to go sightseeing at different ports. An adventure holiday. A holiday involving unusual, exciting and possibly dangerous activities, suitable for adventurous people.
B. Holiday messages.
Dear Zara, having a wonderful holiday. It's so nice to get away. We're staying at an amazing campsite up in the mountains. It's very remote and we had to drive up an unbelievably winding road to get here. But once we made it, the views over the surrounding countryside made the terrifying drive worthwhile. I'm sending a photo of our camping spot. Love, Sammy.
Dear Nico, this is turning out to be probably the most memorable holiday I've ever had. The town is absolutely fascinating, with lots of very impressive buildings. Our hotel is delightful, if a little inconvenient from the transport point of view. And the food in this area is exceptional. These are some of the old buildings in the town. Wish you were here too. Francesca.
C. Holiday brochures. These are often written in quite exaggerated language. Here are some typical adjectives with nouns that they collocate with.
Breathtaking views. Breathtaking scenery. Breathtaking pistes. Ski slopes.
Exclusive access. Exclusive club. Exclusive shops.
Exhilarating feeling. Exhilarating ride. Exhilarating walk.
Exotic beauty. Exotic charm. Exotic location.
Glamorous surroundings. Glamorous film star. Glamorous hotel.
Luxurious cruise ship. Luxurious accommodation. Luxurious lifestyle.
Picturesque streets. Picturesque villages. Picturesque cottage.
Unspoilt charm. Unspoilt village. Unspoilt woodland.
Unique opportunity. Unique charm. Unique facilities.
A. New sciences. You are probably familiar with the traditional branches of science. For example, chemistry, physics, botany, and zoology. But what about these more recently established fields? Field, definition, or applications. Field, genetic engineering. Definition or applications. Works with genetic material, DNA, of living things to alter features. GM foods, genetically modified foods, are grown in some parts of the world. Ergonomics studies the design of physical working spaces and how people interact with them. Molecular biology, the study of the structure and function of the molecules associated with living things. Voice technology, technology which enables machines to interpret speech. For example, voice-to-text software. Stem cell research, the study of the use of human cells to treat diseases and injury and to repair the body. Cloning, the creation of exact copies of plants or animals with the same genes as the original plants or animals. Hydroponics, the science of growing plants without using soil. B. Everyday technology.
Smartphone. Tablet. 3D TV. High definition HD camcorder. Satnav. GPS. Digital photo frame.
C. Verbs used in science and technology. Note the collocations in bold.
He experimented with different materials before utilizing the most suitable one.
The technician pressed a button and lights started flashing.
When she pulled the large lever, the wheel began to rotate.
The zoologist dissected the animal and extracted its organs.
When they were combined, the two chemicals reacted violently with each other.
After analysing the problem, she concluded that there was a flaw in the theory.
Insert the disc into the DVD drive to install the software, or visit the website to download it. A. Hardware, computer equipment or machinery.
Personal computer, or PC, or desktop computer. A computer that fits on a desk used by individuals at work or at home.
Laptop. Computer. A lightweight portable computer that usually fits in a briefcase.
Tablet. A portable personal computer operated by a touchscreen.
Hard disk. A device inside a computer that stores large amounts of information.
Disk drive. A device that allows information to be read from a disk.
Scanner. Device for transferring pictures and texts into a computer.
Memory stick. A small device that lets you carry computer data anywhere conveniently. You can then plug the stick into any machine.
RAM. Random access memory or memory. The memory available on a computer to store and use information temporarily. Can be measured in gigabytes.
Microchip. Chip. A very small piece of semiconductor, especially in a computer, that contains extremely small electronic circuits and devices and can perform particular operations.
Network. When a number of computers, for example in one office, are connected together or networked so that they can share information.
B. Software. Computer programs that you install.
An application is a piece of software designed for a specific purpose. This is often shortened to app. You can get mobile phone apps for all sorts of things these days.
Word processing. Writing and storing printed text on a computer.
Spreadsheet. Program. A program, or the grid you create with it, to perform mathematical operations.
Database. A large amount of information stored in a computer system in such a way that it can be easily looked at or changed.
Computer, graphics. Pictures, images, and symbols that you can form on a computer.
Virus. Hidden instructions in a program designed to destroy information.
Display. What you see on the screen of an electronic device.
A computer shows a range of icons on its display. You put the cursor on the one you want to use and click on it to open it. C. Some computing verbs.
You probably store a lot of important information on your computer, so it's sensible to back up all your files on a regular basis. Then it'll be less of a problem if you delete something accidentally or if your computer crashes. A particularly useful feature of most applications is the one that allows you to undo what you have just done. Just click on Undo, and it's quick and easy to correct anything that you have keyed in by mistake. After a few years, you may want to upgrade your computer, as they are always developing machines which are faster and more powerful. If you don't do this, you may not be able to run all the software you need. You can usually just download upgrades to your computer's operating system or to your applications from company websites.
A. The Internet.
The Internet, or the net, is a network connecting millions of computer users worldwide. The World Wide Web, or the web, is a huge portion of the Internet containing linked documents called pages. If you have a broadband connection, then your access to the Internet should be fast. Many cafes and other public places now offer people a Wi-Fi connection to the Internet. This means that you can access the Internet through a wireless network, that is, without needing a cable of any kind. When you browse, you look for information on the Internet. The software that helps you do this can be called a browser, for example, Internet Explorer or Firefox. You use a search engine to help you locate what you want. Google is one of the best-known search engines, and people now talk about Googling someone or something. You can easily spend a lot of time surfing the net or the web. A website is a document on the web giving information about a particular subject, person, or institution. The introductory page is called the home page. From this, there are links to other pages. Good websites are easy to navigate or find your way around. One option on many websites is an FAQ page. This stands for Frequently Asked Questions, a list of common questions and helpful answers. You can bookmark websites that you log on to frequently. If a website gets a lot of hits, that means that it has been visited by a lot of people. Sometimes you need to subscribe to a site, which means you become a member of it. This may involve having a special username and choosing a password. You will only be able to log in to the site if you enter this information correctly. You can store your data on your computer or phone, or you can store it in the cloud.
B. Online communication.
You can communicate with others by email. With an email, you can include an attachment. You can attach a photo, for example. You can also send someone an e-card. A server is a powerful central computer from which other computers get information. If your ISP, or Internet Service Provider's server is down, you may not be able to send emails. You can use your computer to Skype friends and family. The software allows you to make phone calls using your computer and the Internet, and you can see which people on your contact list are online at the same time. If you each have a webcam, you can see each other as you talk. Many modern online programs can be called interactive. That is, they allow users to become involved in the exchange of information. For example, social networking sites like Facebook are a popular way for people to keep in touch with their friends. A wiki is a website which allows users to add, delete, and edit its contents. Wikipedia is perhaps the world's largest wiki. Blogs are also interactive, as they are a kind of online diary that readers can add comments to. Many people are involved in online gaming, playing with people who they have never met. Often these games make use of virtual reality.
A. Social media verbs.
My friend posted a video of her baby, and it was shared over 1,000 times.
I probably update my status about twice a week. I like telling people what I'm doing.
Send me a friend request, and then you can see the pictures I took.
Over 100,000 people subscribe to his video channel and follow him on Twitter.
B. A social media app.
Here's our roundup of the latest apps. This month we loved Catnap, a new social media app that allows users to share information about their favourite pets.
We found it very easy to use. You create a profile of your cat, upload a favourite photo, and include some basic information about it: age, colour, favourite food. You can then post updates about what your cat has been doing. share links to things you find interesting, or comment on other cats' profiles. You can rate videos of other cats' adventures from 1 to 5 stars, or see how many views or likes your post got. The most popular post each month wins a prize. We found it a little annoying that you can't turn off notifications when a friend writes something new, but overall cat lovers will adore it. Highly recommended.
C. Online privacy. On social media, it's important to think about who can see your personal information.
If you have to give personal information, for example, date of birth, address, when you create an account, make sure that it's kept private. It's better not to give this information if you don't have to.
Always check your privacy settings regularly and make sure you understand who can see what you post. For example, often your profile picture is public, but you can usually make posts on your timeline private.
Remember that if you are tagged in someone else's post, it might be seen by a lot of people you don't know. You can ask people to remove the tag if necessary.
Use direct messages for private conversations, especially if you discuss where you live, paying for things, etc.
Delete old accounts on sites that you are not using anymore. You might forget what information they contain, or the default privacy settings might change.
A. Radio and television. Read these extracts from TV listings.
4 o'clock. Jessica. Talk show with Jessica Brown. Today's guest, Rona Friedale. 5 o'clock. Cartoons. Crazy fun for kids of all ages. 5:30. Golden Chance. Game show with Bob Langley. 6 o'clock. News and weather forecast. 6:30. Didbury Street, the nation's favourite soap. 7 o'clock. Documentary. Are we killing our kids? Investigating the junk food industry. 8 o'clock. The Happy Couple. Sitcom about a pair of newlyweds. 9 o'clock. Roundup. Sports programme with all the day's top action. Tonight, rugby final. 10 o'clock. The Day in Politics. Current affairs programme. Presenter James Hill. 10:30. Wickdal. Detective drama set in Norway. Episode 3. A second body is found.
B. Other expressions connected with TV and radio.
The media, or mass media, refers to TV, radio, newspapers, and the internet. That is, means of communication which reach very large numbers of people. Subtitles enable people to read what the characters are saying, maybe in translation. If a film is dubbed, you hear the speech in your own language. To receive a lot of TV channels, you may need a satellite dish on the roof or wall of your house. Many channels depend on TV commercials to make money. You may be able to stream radio and TV broadcasts from the internet, and you may be able to watch catch-up TV or TV on demand, which allow you to watch programs whenever you like. A lot of radio and TV stations offer free podcasts, which you can download.
C. Newspapers.
A popular or tabloid newspaper usually focuses on sensation rather than real news, whereas a quality newspaper is usually more interested in serious news. A tabloid often has stories about celebrities, sport, scandals, and crime, while a quality paper focuses more on serious journalism with in-depth articles. To read newspapers on the internet, you may have to subscribe or pay a subscription.
D. Verbs connected with the media.
The BBC World Service broadcasts throughout the world.
They're televising the opening of Parliament tomorrow. Or, less formal, they're showing the opening of Parliament tomorrow.
The film was shot on location in Australia. The film was made on location in Australia.
The series is set in London in the 1980s.
Within minutes of the event, people were tweeting about it.
A. Types of government.
Republic. A state governed by representatives and, usually, a president. For example, the USA, France.
Monarchy. A state ruled by a king or queen. For example, the UK, Sweden.
Federation. A union of political units. For example, provinces. Under a central government. For example, the USA.
Democracy. Government of, by and for the people.
Dictatorship. System of government run by a dictator.
Independence. Freedom from outside control. Self-governing.
B. Presidential and parliamentary government. US and UK.
United States presidential government. The powers of the President and the legislature, Congress, are separate. These branches of government are elected separately. The President is elected for a 4-year term and can appoint or nominate high officials in government, including cabinet members, who advise, and federal judges. The President leads a major party, usually but not always the majority party in Congress. Congress consists of 2 houses, the House of Representatives and the Senate.
United Kingdom parliamentary government. The government consists of a legislature, parliament, and a cabinet of ministers from the majority party in parliament. If no party has an overall majority, there may be a coalition government formed from more than one party. The Prime Minister is the head of the government and the leader of the majority party in the House of Commons. The Prime Minister selects high officials and heads the cabinet. Parliament consists of 2 chambers, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. MPs are members of Parliament elected from each constituency to the House of Commons.
C. Parliamentary elections.
During a general election, each constituency has to choose which politician it wants as its representative. Usually, there are several candidates to choose from. These candidates are all standing, or running, for Parliament. They present the policies, that is, their party's plans. On polling day, every adult goes to the polling station and casts a vote by marking a cross on their ballot paper. The candidate who gets the majority of votes wins the seat. If the vote is very close, the constituency may be referred to as a marginal seat.
A. Crimes and criminals.
Crime. Murder. Definition: killing someone. Criminal: murderer. Verb: murder. Shoplifting. Stealing something from a shop. Shoplifter. Shoplift. Burglary. Stealing something from someone's home. Burglar. Burgle. Smuggling. Taking something illegally into another country. Smuggler. Smuggle. Kidnapping. Taking a person hostage in exchange for money or other favours, etc. Kidnapper. Kidnap. Terrorism. Violent action for political purposes. Terrorist. Terrorize. Fraud. Deceiving people in order to take money from them. Fraudster. Defraud. Abduction. Taking someone, especially a child, usually in order to harm them. Abductor. Abduct.
All the verbs in the table above are regular. Note that the verb terrorize is mainly used in a general way, meaning to make others very frightened, rather than just relating to the crime.
B. Investigating crime.
Ross committed a crime when he robbed a bank. Someone witnessed the crime and told the police. The police arrested Ross and charged him with bank robbery. They also accused his twin brother, Ben, of being his accomplice. The police investigated the case and collected evidence at the crime scene. They found Ross's fingerprints, and they also found DNA evidence that linked him to the crime, so they were confident they had proof that the two men were guilty.
C. Trial and punishment.
The case came to court, and Ross and Ben were tried. The trial did not last very long. Ross and Ben both pleaded not guilty in court. Their lawyer did her best to defend them, but the prosecuting lawyer produced a very strong case against them. After brief deliberations, the jury passed verdict on them. They decided that Ross was guilty, and he was convicted of robbery, but Ben was innocent. The judge acquitted Ben of any involvement in the robbery, but sentenced Ross to 3 years in prison or jail. As well as a prison sentence, Ross also had to pay a large fine. Ross served 2 years in prison, but was released from prison a year early. He got time off for good behaviour.
D. People connected with crime and the legal process.
Offender. Someone who commits an illegal act, an offence.
Judge. The person who leads a trial and decides on the sentence, that is, the punishment when someone is found guilty.
Jury. Group of citizens, 12 in the UK and usually the US, who decide on the verdict, that is, whether the accused is guilty or not.
Victim. A person who suffers as the result of a crime.
Suspect. A person who is suspected of committing an offence.
Witness. A person who sees a crime being committed.
A. Personal finance. Read these advertisements about personal finance.
New bank. Your bank. Need a good current account with the best interest rates and a guaranteed overdraft facility? Pop into one of our branches.
Short of cash? Need a loan? Need to raise money for that round-the-world trip? For a loan with competitive interest rates, visit our website at www.cashforyou.com.
Too many credit cards? Consolidate all your cards and debts into one convenient payment. Discuss your credit limit with us today. Call 677 42319.
Looking for a mortgage? Act now. For mortgages with low deposits and flexible repayments, call 056 987 623.
B. Bank accounts and services.
I have a steady income now, which is great, and my outgoings are quite low. I don't have any major expenses.
I pay all my bills by direct debit, so I don't have to worry about them. It also means I have a good credit rating, so I can borrow money if I need to.
I need to buy a car, but I'm not sure how I'm going to finance it.
I've just opened a savings account and I transfer money into it regularly.
My account is usually in credit at the beginning of the month, but by the end of the month it's always overdrawn. I hate being in the red, and the banks all charge interest on overdrafts. I try not to go over my overdraft limit, though.
I use online banking most of the time. I only go to the bank occasionally to use the cash machine.
C. Public finance.
The government collects money through taxes. Income tax is the tax collected on wages and salaries. Inheritance tax is collected on money people get from people who have died. Customs, or excise duty, is paid on goods imported from other countries. Airports usually have duty-free shops. VAT, value-added tax, is a tax paid on most goods and services. Companies pay corporation tax on their profits.
A. Some pairs of opposite adjectives.
Cotton is a natural material and nylon is artificial.
Red and yellow are vivid colours, while grey is a sombre colour.
You can see through a transparent material, but you can't see through an opaque material.
A machine that has no problems at all is perfect, while one that doesn't work properly is faulty.
Something that is hard and doesn't move or bend easily is stiff, while something that bends easily is flexible.
A material that can be easily spoilt by, for example, washing, can be called delicate, while something that is hard to spoil can be called tough.
A material like glass that can be easily broken can be called fragile, while something that does not break easily can be called strong or sturdy.
I prefer strong coffee to weak coffee. I can't stand coffee that has too much water or milk in it. I like to be able to really taste my coffee.
The painting is not a genuine Picasso. It's a fake. A conventional chair. A bizarre chair. A plain frame. A decorative frame.
B. Adjectives and nouns.
Adjective, decent. Noun, decency. Example: I'd like to get a table that's a decent size so we can have 10 people to a meal. Meaning: good. Entire, entirety. Between them, they ate the entire cake. Whole. Characteristic. Character, characteristic. Big windows are characteristic of houses built in the early 1900s. Typical. Precise, precision. We need to take precise measurements before we decide which fridge to get. Exact. Severe, severity. It's a severe building, all concrete and straight lines. Very serious. Solid, solidity. The table is made of solid oak. Hard all through. Trivial, trivia, triviality. He doesn't write serious novels, just trivial romances. Insignificant.
The only verbs that can be formed from adjectives in the above table are characterize, solidify, and trivialize. C. Phrases typical of speech.
Did you see that great big cat run across the grass?
This photo isn't half as interesting as that one.
Jessie's car is nowhere near as powerful as mine.
Tamara makes an unusually strong cup of coffee.
It's a reasonably good piece of sculpture.
It's a pretty thick book.
A. Verbs connected with beliefs and opinions. You probably already know think and believe. Here are some more verbs.
I'm convinced we've met before. Very strong feeling that you're right.
I've always held that compulsory education is a waste of time. Used for very firm beliefs. Formal. Maintain could be used here.
She maintains that we're related, but I'm not convinced. Insists on believing, often against the evidence. Formal. Hold could not be used here.
I feel she shouldn't be forced to do the job. Strong personal opinion.
I reckon they'll get married soon. Used for an opinion about what is likely to happen or to be true. Informal.
I doubt we'll ever see total world peace. Don't believe.
I suspect a lot of people never even think about pollution when they're driving their own car. Have a strong feeling about something negative. Fairly formal.
B. Phrases for expressing opinion.
We haven't made any progress in my view. Fairly formal. We haven't made any progress in my opinion. Fairly formal.
She's made a big mistake to my mind. Fairly informal.
If you ask me, he ought to change his job. Informal.
Note how point of view is used in English.
From a teacher's point of view, the new examinations are a disaster.
C. Prepositions used with belief and opinion words.
Do you believe in life after death?
What are your views on divorce?
What do you think of the new boss?
Are you for or against long prison sentences? Neutral or informal?
I'm in favour of long prison sentences. Opposite. I'm opposed to long prison sentences. Formal.
I have my doubts about this plan.
D. Beliefs, ideologies, philosophies, convictions. If you would rather organise this word tree differently or can add more examples, do so. It will probably help you to remember the words better.
Beliefs. Ideologies. Left wing. Right wing. Socialist. Conservative. Philosophies. Intellectual. Personal. Darwinist. Vegetarian. Convictions. Religious. Moral. Muslim. Pacifist.
E. Adjectives for describing beliefs and opinions. These are in sets which have similar but not exactly the same meaning.
Fanatical or obsessive.
Eccentric or odd or weird.
Conservative or traditional.
Middle of the road or moderate.
Dedicated or committed.
Firm or strong.
Radical or extreme.
Jason is a fanatical supporter of the Green Party.
Grandpa has rather eccentric views.
Maria is a moderate liberal.
Rosie is a committed Christian.
Emma is a firm believer in free speech.
Tom is a radical Marxist.
A. Happiness and unhappiness. You feel content or contented when you are satisfied with what you have. Content is not used before a noun. You can say she is content or she is contented, but only a contented person.
He is very content with his life. He's always been a contented person.
You feel grateful when someone has done something thoughtful for you. Note, you feel thankful if something bad that could have happened did not happen.
I'm really grateful to you for helping me with my project.
You feel delighted when something has happened that gives you great pleasure. When you hear news of someone's good fortune, for instance.
I was delighted to hear you're getting married.
You feel miserable when everything seems wrong in your life.
I felt miserable all day yesterday. Maybe it was just the grey, cold weather.
You feel discontented when your life is not giving you satisfaction.
She's very discontented with her job and is going to look for a new one.
You feel fed up or sick and tired when you have had enough of something disagreeable.
I'm fed up with Olivia's rudeness and sick of her bad behaviour. I'm fed up with Olivia's rudeness and sick and tired of her bad behaviour.
You feel depressed when you are miserable over a long period of time. Depression is considered an illness in some severe cases.
I felt depressed after having 10 job interviews and not getting a job.
You feel confused when you cannot make sense of different conflicting feelings or ideas.
I feel so confused. Last week she said she loved me passionately. This week she said we were just good friends.
B. Excitement, upset, anger, and anxiety.
I felt inspired after the concert. I've decided to take piano lessons.
The argument I had with Eva the other night really upset me.
I was quite enthusiastic about my tennis lessons at first, but the teacher isn't very good, and now I just feel frustrated.
She was so thrilled when she got a job with a TV company. She's always wanted to work in the media.
I was so nervous before the exam, and then I felt anxious before the results came out, but I passed with a high grade.
I was furious with the waiter. The service was slow, and he spilt coffee over my shirt.
A. Words and expressions relating to liking.
Dear Anna, good to hear from you after so many years. Fancy you being married. I'm not married, but I've got a boyfriend called Tom. I must tell you about him. We've known each other for 3 years. I quite liked him when we first met, but I didn't really fancy him in any big way. I did like being with him. He fascinated me with his stories of his travels around the world, and something mysterious about his past attracted me. What's more, we were both keen on sailing. Little by little, I fell in love with him. His sense of humour appealed to me, and I was captivated by his smiling eyes. Now, 3 years later, I can't see why I didn't fall for him the moment we met. He's a very caring person, fond of animals and small children. He's always affectionate and loving towards me, and passionate both about me and about the things he believes in, and the people he cares for. I hope we'll always be as devoted to each other as we are now. Do write again soon and tell me all about your life. Love, Amy.
B. Words and expressions relating to disliking. Loathe, detest, despise, cannot stand, and cannot bear are all stronger ways of saying dislike, and they are all followed by a noun or an ing form.
I loathe bad-mannered people. I detest bad-mannered people. I despise bad-mannered people. I can't stand bad-mannered people. I can't bear bad-mannered people.
I can't bear listening to her stupid stories.
Repel, revolt, appall, and disgust are strong words used to describe the negative effect which something has on a person.
His films disgust me.
I was revolted by the way he spoke.
We were appalled by the conditions in the refugee camp.
His behaviour repels everyone.
C. Words and expressions relating to desiring. Desire is either a formal verb to express a sexual wish for someone or a formal word for wish.
He desired her the moment he saw her.
I have a strong desire to see the Himalayas before I die.
Look forward to means think about something in the future with pleasant anticipation. It is followed by a noun or an ing form. The opposite is dread, which is rather strong.
I'm looking forward to going to Fiji, but I'm dreading the long flight.
Long for means to wish for something very much. Yearn for is a more poetic way of saying long for.
After this long, cold winter, I'm longing for spring.
He will never stop yearning for his country, although he knows he can never return.
A. Reporting verbs.
We can use these verbs to report people's speech and how they speak, including how loudly and what their mood is.
Verb, whisper. Loudness, very soft. Most likely mood, telling someone a secret. Murmur, soft. Romantic or complaining. Mumble, soft and unclear. Nervous or insecure. Mutter, soft. Irritated. Shout, loud. Angry or excited. Scream, loud, usually without words. Frightened or excited. Shriek, loud and shrill. Frightened or amused. Stutter, stammer. Neutral, nervous or excited. I'm sick of this. I'm going home, he muttered. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Help!" She whispered that she was not happy with the way the meeting was going.
B. Describing feelings. These verbs indicate the speaker's feelings or intentions. The letters SB mean someone. The letters STH mean something.
Verb, boast. Patterns, to someone about something. Feeling, proud of yourself. Complain to someone about something. Displeased. Insist on something. Determined. Maintain that. Confident. Object to, plus ing. Unhappy with a situation. Confess to, plus ing. Repentant. Threaten to do something. Aggressive. Urge someone to do something. Encouraging. Argue with someone about something. Not in agreement. Beg someone to do something. Desperate. Groan that. Despair. Pain. Grumble about something. displeased.
C. Adverbs related to speech.
To indicate someone's feelings, you can use a speaking verb plus an adverb. For example, he said anxiously. She spoke angrily. This is common in written style.
If someone feels angry, angrily, furiously, bitterly.
If someone feels unhappy, gloomily, miserably, sadly.
If someone feels happy, happily, cheerfully, gladly, hopefully.
If someone feels worried, anxiously, nervously, desperately.
Other useful adverbs: excitedly, impatiently, reluctantly, shyly.
G. Sixth sense.
Different phenomena which a person with a sixth sense may experience. Telepathy,
Premonition.
Intuition.
Déjà vu.
A. The five senses. The five senses are sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell. What is sometimes referred to as a sixth sense or extrasensory perception is a power to be aware of things independently of the five physical senses, a kind of supernatural sense. The five verbs referring to the senses are modified by an adjective rather than an adverb.
He looks dreadful.
The trip sounds marvellous.
the cake tastes good.
It felt strange.
The soup smelt delicious.
B. Sight.
Yesterday, I glanced out of the window and noticed a policeman observing a house opposite through binoculars. I thought I glimpsed a man inside the house. Then I saw that there was a man peering into the window of the same house. I gazed at them, wondering what they were doing. Suddenly, the policeman stopped staring through his binoculars. He went to arrest the other man as he started to climb into the house through the window. I realised that I had witnessed a crime.
C. Hearing.
Scale of loudness. Noiseless, silent, quiet, noisy, loud, deafening.
D. Taste.
Sweet. Honey.
Salty. Crisps.
Bitter. Strong coffee.
Sour, vinegar.
Spicy. Indian food.
If you say something tastes hot, it may mean spicy rather than not cold. If a curry, say, is not particularly hot, then it is mild.
Food can be tasty, but tasteful refers to furnishings, architecture, or a style of dressing or behaviour. The opposite of both is tasteless.
E. Touch.
She poked me in the ribs with her elbow to wake me up.
He stroked the cat and patted the dog.
She tapped him on the shoulder.
He grasped my hand and we ran.
She grabbed her phone and ran to the bus stop.
The thief snatched her handbag and disappeared into the crowd.
Press the button.
Please handle the goods with great care.
F. Smell.
Here are some adjectives to describe smells.
Very unpleasant. Stinking. Foul-smelling. Putrid. Musty. Pungent.
Pleasant. Fragrant. Aromatic. Sweet-smelling. Perfumed or scented.
A. Verbs connected with the mouth and breathing.
Yawn. Why are you yawning? Are you feeling sleepy?
Sneeze. Dust often makes me sneeze.
Snore. He snored in his chair with his mouth wide open.
Cough. It was so smoky in the room that he couldn't stop coughing.
Sigh. She sighed with relief when she heard the plane had landed safely.
Be out of breath. I ran for the bus and now I'm out of breath.
Take a deep breath. He took a deep breath and jumped into the water.
Hold your breath. How long can you hold your breath underwater?
B. Verbs connected with eating.
Chew. My granny used to say you should chew every mouthful 10 times.
Rumble. It's embarrassing if your stomach rumbles during an interview.
Swallow. Take a drink of water to help you swallow the pills.
Suck. In an aeroplane, if you suck a sweet, it can stop your ears popping.
Lick. The cat licked the bowl clean.
Bite. Don't bite that hard sweet. You'll damage your teeth.
C. Verbs connected with the eyes and face.
Wink. He winked at me across the room to try to make me laugh.
Frown. Why are you frowning? What's the problem?
Grin. She was so delighted with the present that she grinned from ear to ear.
Blink. She blinked several times to try and get the dust out of her eye.
Blush. He blushed with embarrassment when she smiled at him.
D. Verbs connected with the whole body.
Perspire or sweat. When it's hot, you sweat or perspire. Perspire is more formal.
Shiver. Look at him. He's so cold that he's shivering.
Tremble. My hands tremble when I've been drinking too much coffee.
Shake. She laughed so much that her whole body shook.
A. Praising. You praise someone for something.
The teacher praised the children for their hard work. Highly praised is a common collocation.
William's acting in this film has been highly praised.
She plays the guitar brilliantly, just like her father.
He's the very best, a really first-rate administrator. He's the very best, a really top-notch administrator.
When it comes to grammar, she's really on the ball.
Ben has a way with foreign students. The other teachers envy him.
Emma really has green fingers. Look at those flowers.
Let him do the talking. He's got the gift of the gab.
Imogen is head and shoulders above the rest of the girls at maths. She's miles better than the other girls at maths.
When it comes to technology, Japan is streets ahead of most other countries.
As far as sport is concerned, Sam is among the best in his class.
That meal was just out of this world.
B. Criticizing.
The verb criticize can mean to say that someone or something is bad. For example, Paige's parents are always criticizing her appearance. Notice that it can also be used to mean give an opinion or judgment about a book or film. For example, I belong to a writers' group. We read and criticize each other's work.
Critical. Adjective. Not pleased. 1. Saying that someone or something is bad or wrong. A critical report. The report is highly critical of safety standards at the factory. Adjective, important. 2. Of the greatest importance to the way things might happen. The President's support is critical to this project. A critical decision. Adjective, giving opinions. 3. Giving opinions or judgments on books, plays, films, etc. She has written a major critical appraisal or study of Saul Bellows' novels. His last film won or received critical acclaim. Equals was praised by film critics. Adjective, serious. 4. Extremely serious or dangerous. Both drivers are critical or in a critical condition. Equals so badly hurt that they might die after the 120 miles per hour crash.
The adverb critically can relate to any of these four meanings of critical, although the following are the most frequent uses. Critically important, meaning 2. Critically acclaimed, meaning 3. Critically ill, meaning 4.
Note these idiomatic synonyms of the verb to criticize with its meaning of saying something is bad. You shouldn't run down your own country when you're abroad. Why do you always have to pick holes in everything I say?
Here are some criticisms of people. I think Antonio's being totally absurd. You are undoubtedly at fault and you should apologise. You are undoubtedly to blame and you should apologise. She thinks she's the cat's whiskers. She thinks she's the bee's knees. When it comes to timekeeping, he's the world's worst. Jack is so rude, he really takes a biscuit. Jo wants to have her cake and eat it.
In this unit, we focus on fixed expressions describing various emotions. You may not need to use them often yourself, but you need to understand them when you read or hear them. A. Positive feelings, moods and states.
Maria seems to be on cloud 9 these days.
Everyone seemed to be in high spirits.
She seems to be keeping her chin up.
Jo's as happy as Larry. Jo's as happy as can be.
B. Negative feelings, moods and states.
He had a long face.
She certainly looked down in the dumps.
Zach is in a bad mood.
Martin was like a bear with a sore head. See Unit 97.
Alice threw a wobbly the other day.
C. Physical feelings and states.
I'm feeling done in.
You're looking a bit under the weather.
She looked and felt on top form.
I suddenly felt my head was spinning.
I was almost at death's door last week.
Old Nora's as fit as a fiddle.
D. Fear or fright.
She was scared stiff.
She frightened the life out of him.
We were all shaking in our boots. We were all shaking in our shoes.
The poor lad was scared out of his wits.
I jumped out of my skin when I heard the bang.
E. Other expressions for actions and feelings.
Capricorn, 21st of the 12th to the 19th of the 1st. Don't get carried away by promises that won't be kept. Keep a cool head and take everything as it comes. On the work front, things are looking up. Taurus, 21st of the 4th to the 20th of the 5th. If someone says something that makes you swell with pride and feel on top of the world, enjoy the moment.
A. Types of problems and difficulties.
There are many words for different types of difficulties. Chaos is a state of total confusion, where there is no order at all. A disaster is an event which causes great harm or damage. If you are facing a dilemma or are in a dilemma, you are in a situation where you have to make a difficult decision between two things.
The earthquake was a dreadful disaster for the country. The transport system was in chaos for some time afterwards. The government were faced with a dilemma: start reconstruction work at once, or wait until the likelihood of aftershocks had passed.
To be in a fix means be in a difficult situation.
To be in a tight corner means be in a situation that is hard to get out of.
To be in a muddle means be confused or mixed up.
The word challenge puts a positive slant on a problem situation, in that it focuses on the fact that it needs great mental or physical effort in order to be done successfully, and therefore tests a person's ability.
B. Specific difficulties.
You can be badly affected by all sorts of things, from those that are mildly irritating to the intensely annoying.
Your plans may be disrupted.
Negotiations or a building may collapse.
You can be deprived of something you value.
Someone's heart can be broken.
Your life may lack something that you would like.
The nouns related to the words in this section are affect, irritant or irritation, annoyance, disruption, collapse, deprivation, heartbreak, and lack.
C. Idioms about dealing with problems and difficulties.
To take a back seat. Opposite, to take the bull by the horns.
To stir things up. Opposite, to pour oil on troubled waters.
I can't face the thought of clearing up all this mess today. I can't face clearing up all this mess today.
I thought it would be best just to lay my cards on the table.
This has to be done by next week. We must get our act together before it's too late. Informal.
We need a proper investigation to get to the bottom of things.
It's quite difficult to get people to sit up and take notice.
I'm trying to get a grasp of what's happening. It's not easy.
D. Idioms relating to changes in problem situations.
The tide has turned for us. Better days are ahead.
We can see the light at the end of the tunnel at last.
I'm afraid we've just come to a dead end with our plans.
I think I've reached a turning point in my career.
The government and the unions have buried the hatchet for the time being.
All that trouble last year was just swept under the carpet in the end.
A. Number and quantity.
Number is used for countable nouns, for example, a large number of students. Amount for uncountable nouns, for example, a large amount of money. Some adjectives for expressing number and quantity.
Smaller. Bigger.
Minute. Tiny. Average. Considerable. Significant. Substantial. Excessive. Enormous. Vast.
Even minute amounts of toxic material can be dangerous. Formal.
Add just a tiny amount of chili pepper, or else it may get too hot.
Were there many people at the airport?
Oh, about average, I'd say. Fairly informal.
A considerable number of people failed to get tickets. Formal.
A significant number of students have dropped out of university in the last year.
Substantial amounts of money have been wasted on this project. Formal.
There is an excessive amount of sugar in many soft drinks.
A vast quantity of sand was blown onto the road during the storm. An enormous quantity of sand was blown onto the road during the storm.
B. Informal words for number or quantity.
I've got dozens of nails in my toolbox.
Scores of people were injured when the gas tank exploded.
There's heaps of time yet. Slow down. There's bags of time yet. Slow down. There's loads of time yet. Slow down. Usually with singular, there is, not there are. Countable or uncountable. Informal.
There was absolutely tons of food at the party. Far too much. Again, note singular there was, especially used for things, not so often used for abstract nouns.
There are tons of apples on this tree this year. Last year there were hardly any. Note: the verb here is plural because of apples, but singular in the example before with food. Number depends on the noun following, not on tons or lots or loads.
Just a drop of milk for me, please.
C. Degree and intensity. Collocations with utter, total, utterly, totally, wholly.
Utter and total mean complete.
Utterly, totally, and wholly mean completely.
Utter combines with strong nouns like nonsense, contempt, silence, confusion, chaos, and despair. There was utter chaos during the transport strike.
Utterly combines with adjectives such as ridiculous, confused, and impossible. I was utterly confused by the instruction manual that came with my camcorder.
Total combines most often with disbelief and ban. For example, she looked at him in total disbelief. The government introduced a total ban on smoking in public places.
Totally combines most often with different, unexpected, unsuitable, and wrong. For example, the two brothers have totally different personalities.
Wholly combines most often with dependent, inadequate, and unacceptable. For example, the success of the project was wholly dependent on the weather.
A. Pronunciation of numbers. Notice how we say the following.
28%.
10 metres by 12 metres.
1 2/3.
4/5.
9/13 or 9/13.
4 squared.
7 cubed.
8 to the power of 4.
10.3.
32 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit.
Decimal fractions are separated by a dot and not a comma in English, and this is pronounced point.
Note how commas are used to separate each set of three numbers in long numbers. 1,623, 457 means 1,623,457.
Telephone numbers are usually said like this: 01223 20675.
B. Two-dimensional shapes.
Circle, square, pentagon, octagon, rectangle, oval, triangle.
The corresponding adjectives are circular, pentagonal, rectangular, triangular, square, octagonal, oval.
A rectangle has 4 right angles.
A pentagon has 5 sides.
A circle is cut in half by its diameter. Its 2 halves can be called semicircles.
The radius of a circle is the distance from its centre to the circumference.
C. 3-dimensional shapes.
Sphere, cube, pyramid, spiral.
The corresponding adjectives are spherical, cubic, pyramidal, spiral.
The 2 halves of a sphere can be called hemispheres. D. Arithmetic.
Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division.
2x plus 3y minus z equals 3z divided by 4x, or 3z over 4x.
6 times 7 is 42. 6 multiplied by 7 is 42, or 6 sevens are 42.
A. Periods of time. Words and typical contexts.
The Ice Age, the Stone Age, the Middle Ages, the Computer Age, major historical or geological periods.
After the war, a new era of stability began.
A spell of hot weather. He's had a couple of spells in hospital in the last 2 or 3 years.
The city went through several stages of development to become what it is today.
Most teenagers go through a phase of being lazy, a period which is part of a longer period. Phase can also mean the same as stage.
B. Useful expressions with time.
During the 1980s, I lived in Barcelona for a time.
The doctor says you should stay in bed for the time being.
She can get a bit bad-tempered at times.
By the time we get home, this pizza will be cold. Note, followed by present tense, not future with will.
I'm not in regular contact with her. I just send her an email from time to time.
1 at a time, please. I can't deal with you all together.
We arrived just in time to hear the Prime Minister's speech.
Our plane was on time and she was waiting for us at the airport.
I've told you time and time again not to ring me at the office.
The city has changed a great deal over the course of time. Used about long periods of time. The city has changed a great deal over the course of the last 2 centuries. Used about long periods of time.
C. Verbs associated with time passing.
From 2002 to 2012.
10 years had elapsed since they last saw each other, normally used in the perfect or past, without adverbs, formal.
Time seems to fly as you get older.
This film lasts for 3 hours.
The meeting went on or dragged on for 2 hours. Suggests longer than expected or desired. Drag on is stronger. D. Adjectives describing duration. How long something lasts.
There was a momentary loss of electrical power and the data was lost.
I just got a fleeting glimpse of the President as his car drove past.
Venice has a timeless beauty. A. Broad and wide, and tall and high.
Wide is more common than broad. For example, it's a very wide road. it's a very wide garden, or it's a very wide room.
Make a note of typical collocations for broad as you meet them. For example, economics is a very broad subject. We came to a broad expanse of grassland.
Note the word order for dimensions. For example, the room's 5 metres long and 4 wide.
Don't forget that tall is for people, but can be used for things such as buildings and trees, when they are high and thin in some way. Otherwise, use high for things.
She's very tall for a 5-year-old.
Otherwise, use high for things.
She's very tall for a 5-year-old.
Her office is in that tall building in the square.
There are some high mountains in the north.
B. Deep is the opposite of shallow.
The deep and shallow ends of a swimming pool.
C. Derived words, phrases and compounds.
Long. Let's measure the length of this rope. I swam 20 lengths of the swimming pool. I swam 20 lengths. I've lengthened her skirt for her. Getting a visa can be a lengthy process. Usually refers to time. Rather negative. Tony has got a job as a long-distance lorry driver.
Short. The new road will shorten our journey by 10 minutes. There's a shortcut to the station.
Wide. Let's measure the width of the room. They're widening the road.
Broad. I want to broaden my experience, usually more abstract contexts. She's very broad-minded and tolerant of others. I admire the breadth of his knowledge, usually more abstract concepts.
High. The height of the wall is 2 meters. The fog heightened the feeling of mystery. Usually used only for feelings and emotions.
Low. You can lower the microphone if it's too high.
Far. He loves travelling to faraway places.
Distant. What's the distance from Helsinki to St. Petersburg?
Deep. The depth of the river here is about 3 meters. His death, so soon after hers, deepened our sadness, often with feelings.
D. Other verbs for dimensions and for changing them.
Our garden stretches all the way to the river, so we have plenty of room to extend the house if we want to.
The cities are spreading and the countryside is shrinking.
The business expanded considerably in the last decade. Grew in size. Opposite is contract. A. Obligation.
You will be liable for any damage when you rent a car.
The company is obliged to give a refund if the tour is cancelled.
The bank robbers forced him at gunpoint to open the safe.
We had no choice but to sell our house. We owed the bank £100,000.
We had no alternative but to sell our house. We owed the bank £100,000.
The death sentence is mandatory for drug smuggling in some countries.
Was sport compulsory at your school?
No, it was optional.
Was sport obligatory at your school?
No, it was optional.
I am exempt from paying income tax as I'm a student. B. Need.
This plant is in need of water. More formal than needs or wants.
There's a need for more discussion on the matter.
There is a shortage of teachers.
She could not concentrate through lack of sleep.
A car is an absolute necessity if you live in the countryside and there is no public transport. You just can't do without one.
What are the requirements for a master's course in English?
C. Possibilities.
I've been given an opportunity to work in Berlin.
Is there any chance you'll be free next week? Chance is less formal than possibility. Is there any possibility you'll be free next week?
A rise in oil prices is inevitable as oil supplies run out across the world.
It is doubtful whether the economy will improve next year.
It is probable that the next government will change the tax laws.
Most scientists believe that climate change is no longer just a possibility, but is now an absolute certainty.
A. General words to describe sound.
I could hear the sound of voices coming from the next room. Neutral. I could hear the sound of music coming from the next room. Neutral.
The noise of the traffic here is pretty bad.
The children are making a terrible racket upstairs. Could you go and tell them to be quiet?
Sound and noise can both be countable or uncountable. When they are of short duration or refer to different sounds or noises, they are countable. When they mean a lot of continual or continuous sounds, they are uncountable.
I heard some strange sounds in the night. I heard some strange noises in the night. Countable.
I wish the children wouldn't make so much noise when I'm working. Uncountable.
The sound of the sea is very relaxing. Uncountable.
B. Sound words and things that typically make them. All the words in this section can be used as nouns or verbs.
I could hear the rain pattering on the roof. We heard the patter of a little child's feet.
Verb or noun. Bang. Example or examples of what makes the sound. A door closing in the wind. A balloon bursting. Chime. A big public clock on a building sounding the hour. Clang. A big bell ringing. A hollow metal object being struck. Clatter. A metal pan falling onto a concrete floor. Crash. A big, solid, heavy object falling onto a hard floor. Hiss. Gas or steam escaping through a small hole. Hum. An electrical appliance when switched on. For example, computer, freezer. Rattle. Small stones in a tin being shaken. Ring. A small bell. A telephone. Roar. Noise of heavy traffic. Noise of a huge waterfall. Rumble. Distant noise of thunder. Noise of traffic far away. Rustle. Opening a paper or plastic bag. Dry leaves underfoot. Screech. A car's tires when the brakes are suddenly applied. Thud. A heavy object falling onto a carpeted floor.
C. Darkness. Here are some adjectives for dark conditions. For adjectives describing brightness, see Unit 59.
These brown walls are a bit gloomy. We should paint them white.
This torch is getting a bit dim. I think it needs new batteries.
It was a sombre room with dark, heavy curtains.
D. Types of light. Note these collocations.
A torch gives out a beam of light.
A diamond ring sparkles.
A camera gives a flash of light.
Stars twinkle.
A candle flame flickers in the breeze.
White-hot coal on a fire glows.
The sun shines and gives out rays of light.
A gold object glitters.
A. Possession.
All his possessions were destroyed in the terrible fire.
Don't leave any of your belongings here. We've had a few thefts recently.
Estate, in the singular, can mean a big area of private land and the buildings on it, or all of someone's wealth upon death. They live on a housing estate. They live on an estate. She owns a huge estate in Scotland. After his death, his estate was calculated at 10 million euros.
Property, uncountable, is used in a general sense for houses, land, etc. He's only 14. He's too young to own property. A property, countable, is a building, for example, house, office block, or land. She owns some valuable properties in the town centre.
B. Words for people connected with ownership.
The proprietor of this restaurant is a friend of mine. Used for shops, businesses, etc. Formal. Owner is less formal.
The landlord has put the rent up. The landlady has put the rent up.
Do you own this house?
No, we're just tenants.
He inherited a big house in the country when his parents died.
C. Giving.
The river provides the village with water. The river provides water for the village, or supplies.
Jake's Limited supplies our school with paper and other items, often for selling contexts.
It gives me pleasure to present you with this gift from us all.
His parents supported him while he was at college, but now he's independent.
The school restaurant caters for 500 people every day.
That uncle of mine that died left £3,000 to an animal shelter.
When she died, she donated all her books to the library for large gifts to institutions.
I'm running a marathon next week for a cancer charity. Will you sponsor me?
D. Phrasal verbs connected with giving.
When I left the job, I had to hand over the keys to my office to the new person.
I didn't really want to let go of my bike, but I had no money, so I had to sell it.
The people from the charity handed out stickers for everyone to wear. The people from the charity gave out stickers for everyone to wear.
I had a banjo once, but I gave it away.
This vase has been handed down from generation to generation in my family.
A. Particular types of movement.
Move is the basic verb for all movement, but don't forget, it also means to move to a new house or flat. For example, we've moved. Do you want our new address?
Cars, lorries, etc. travel or drive along roads.
Trains travel along rails.
Boats or ships sail on rivers or across the sea.
Rivers or streams flow or run through towns or villages.
Things often have particular verbs associated with their types of movement. You should learn these as typical collocations when you meet them and record them with a phrase or sentence. For example, the car swerved to avoid a dog which had run into the road.
White clouds drifted across the sky.
The flag fluttered in the wind.
The leaves stirred in the light breeze.
The trees swayed back and forth as the wind grew stronger.
B. Verbs to describe fast and slow movement.
The traffic was crawling along because of the roadworks.
Stop dawdling. We'll be late.
Suddenly, a car came round the bend and tore along the road at high speed. Seconds later, a police car shot past after it.
Everyone was hurrying to get their shopping done before closing time. Everyone was rushing to get their shopping done before closing time.
The train was just creeping along at about 20 miles per hour. I knew we'd be late.
The donkey was plodding along the road.
The plane was cruising at a height of 30,000 metres.
C. Nouns to describe speed and their typical contexts.
Speed is a general word used for vehicles, developments, changes, etc. For example, we were travelling at high speed.
Rate is often used in statistical contexts. The rate of increase or decrease. For example, the birth rate is going down.
Pace shows how you experience something as happening fast or slow. For example, the lesson was going at a very slow pace.
Velocity is used in technical or scientific contexts. For example, the velocity of a moving object.
A. Texture. How something feels when you touch it.
Adjective, smooth. Typical examples, the paper in this book. Polished, varnished wood, a shiny metal surface. Silky, silk itself, fine expensive tights or stockings. Slippery, a fish just out of the water. Furry, a thick sheepskin rug. Rough, new unwashed denim jeans. Bark of a tree. Coarse, sand. Jagged, sharp irregular edges of broken glass or metal. Prickly, a thistle, a cactus, thorns on a rose.
Your hair has a silky feel.
This cotton is very smooth to the touch.
The table had a beautiful polished surface.
The ground was rough underfoot.
B. Brightness.
A shady corner of the garden.
Carnival costumes full of vivid colours.
Shiny leather shoes.
A dazzling light.
You wear such dull colours. Why don't you start wearing bright colours for a change?
The light's too dim to read in here. We need another lamp.
I wear sunglasses when I drive because of the glare of the sun.
C. Density and weight.
A solid object is not the same as a hollow object.
She has thick hair is not the same as she has thin or fine hair.
An area with dense vegetation is not the same as an area with sparse vegetation.
Your bag's as light as a feather. Have you brought enough clothes?
Your bag's as heavy as lead. What's in it? Bricks?
This suitcase is very bulky. This suitcase is very cumbersome.
A. Succeeding.
We succeeded in persuading a lot of people to join our protest. In and ing.
I managed to contact him just before he left his office.
I don't think I can manage the whole walk. I think I'll turn back. Manage, but not succeed, may have a direct object in this meaning.
We've achieved a great deal in the last year. We've accomplished a great deal in the last year. Both are used with quantity phrases such as a lot and a little. Accomplish is rather formal.
The company has achieved all its goals for this year. The company has achieved all its aims for this year. The company has achieved all its targets for this year. Achieve is more common than accomplish with nouns expressing goals and ambitions.
Do you think his plan will come off?
Here is a matrix for some typical collocations with succeeding verbs.
Reach, attain, secure, realize, fulfill, achieve, an ambition, a dream, an agreement, an obligation, a target, a compromise. Realize an ambition, fulfill an ambition, achieve an ambition. Realize a dream, fulfill a dream.
Reach an agreement. Secure an agreement. Fulfill an obligation. Achieve an obligation. Reach a target. Attain a target. Achieve a target. Reach a compromise.
B. Failing and difficulty.
Plans and projects sometimes go wrong or backfire.
Companies, clubs and societies often fold or go under through lack of success.
A plan or project may falter, even if it finally succeeds.
All your plans and hard work may come to nothing. All your plans and efforts may come to nothing.
I have great difficulty in getting up in the morning. I have great difficulty getting up in the morning.
I find it difficult to remember the names of everybody in the class. Hard can also be used here. It is more informal.
It's hard to hear what she's saying. It's difficult to hear what she's saying.
I often have trouble starting the car on cold mornings. More informal.
We've had a lot of bother with the neighbours lately. Very informal.
Can you cope with 3 more students? They've just arrived.
I've got no money and my girlfriend's left me. I need help. I can't cope anymore.
C. Word formation.
Verb, succeed. Noun, success. Adjective, successful. Adverb, successfully. Accomplish, accomplishment, accomplished. Achieve, achievement, achievable. Attain, attainment, attainable. Fulfill, fulfillment, fulfilling. Harden, hardness, hard, hard.
A. One thing before another.
I had written to her prior to meeting the committee. Formal or written style.
It was nice to be in Venice. Previously, I'd only been to Rome. Fairly formal. More informal would be, before that I
was in the office from 2:30. I was out earlier on.
The street is now called Treetop Avenue. Formerly, it was Hedge Lane. Fairly formal, typically written, used when something has changed its name, state, etc.
Dinner will be ready in about an hour. In the meantime, relax and have a drink. Dinner will be ready in about an hour. Meanwhile, relax and have a drink.
B. Things happening at the same time.
She was entering at the very time I was leaving. She was entering at the very moment I was leaving. These two are stronger and more precise than as or just as.
The 2 events happened simultaneously.
During the war, she lived in Dublin.
Throughout the war, they remained in the city. C. One thing after another.
Read this personal statement by someone hoping to work for an international corporation in China. The words in bold are rather formal.
Following my first visit to Beijing, I read several books about China and subsequently decided to take a 6-month course in Mandarin Chinese. I revisited China on several occasions thereafter, and now feel that I have a good knowledge of the country and its culture.
Note also immediate, adjective. For example, the government removed the price regulations and the immediate result was a 10% price rise. D. Time when.
The moment I saw his face, I knew I'd met him before. The minute I saw his face, I knew I'd met him before.
I stayed in that hospital the time that I broke my leg. I stayed in that hospital the time I broke my leg.
I met Paula at Mark's wedding. On that occasion, she was with a different man, more formal.
E. Non-specific time expressions.
We can discuss the budget now. At a later stage, we can discuss the detailed arrangements.
At some point, we will have to replace our computers, but we're okay for the moment.
A. Words connecting sentence parts. In addition to if, there are several other words and phrases for expressing condition. 1.
You can't come in unless you have a ticket.
2.
You can borrow the bike on condition that you return it by 5 o'clock.
3.
In case of fire, dial 112.
4.
You can stay as long as, or so long as, you don't mind sleeping on the sofa. As long as is less formal than so long as, and less formal and not so strong as on condition that.
5.
Provided you don't mind cats, you can stay with us. Providing you don't mind cats, you can stay with us. Providing that, provided, and provided that can also be used in examples 2 and 4. They are less formal and not so strong as on condition that, but stronger and more restricting than as long as and so long as.
B. Supposing and what if. Note the use of supposing and what if, both usually found in spoken language, for possible situations in the future. What if is more direct.
Ethan's coming tomorrow. He'll help us.
Supposing he doesn't turn up, what shall we do then?
Ethan's coming tomorrow. He'll help us.
What if he doesn't turn up? What shall we do then?
C. Conditions with ever. The ever suffix means it does not matter which. The stress is normally on ever.
What's the best way to travel in your country?
However you decide to travel in this country, it'll cost you a lot of money. For example, you'll end up paying at least €70, whichever means of transport you take from the airport to the city centre, train or bus. Public transport is expensive wherever you go here. Whoever wins the next election should try to lower fares.
These sentences can also be expressed using no matter. Note the stress.
No matter how you decide to travel in this country, it will cost you a lot of money. No matter who wins the next election, they should try to lower fares.
D. Some nouns which express condition. Certain conditions must be met before the peace talks can begin. Rather formal. A good standard of English is a prerequisite for studying at a British university. What are the entry requirements for doing a diploma in management at your college? I would not move to London under any circumstances. Fairly formal. A. Cause and reason. You probably know how to use words like because, since, and as to refer to the cause of or reason for something. Here are some other ways to express cause and reason.
The collision was due to the icy conditions.
The collision was caused by ice on the road.
The cause of the collision was ice on the road.
The heavy rain caused the river to flood.
Owing to the icy conditions, the two cars collided.
Here are some other cause words and typical contexts. They are all rather formal and more suitable for written use.
The rise in prices sparked off a lot of political protest. The rise in prices sparked a lot of political protest. Often used for very strong, perhaps violent reactions to events.
The President's statement gave rise to a lot of criticism. The President's statement provoked a lot of criticism. The President's statement generated a lot of criticism. Slightly less strong than spark or spark off.
The new law has brought about great changes in education. The new law has led to great changes in education. Often used for political or social change.
This problem stems from the inflation of recent years, explaining the direct origins of events and states.
The court case arose from allegations made in a newspaper. The court case arose out of allegations made in a newspaper. The allegations started the process that led to the court case.
B. Reasons for and purposes of doing things.
Her reason for not going with us was that she had no money. Or, the reason why she didn't go with us was that... Less formal.
The following sentences are all fairly formal and more frequent in written English.
I wonder what his motives were in sending that email. Purpose.
I wonder what prompted her to send that message. Reason or cause.
She wrote to the press with the aim of exposing the scandal. Purpose. I've invited you here with a view to resolving our differences. Sounds a bit more indirect than with the aim of.
He refused to answer on the grounds that his lawyer wasn't there. Reason.
The purpose of her visit was to inspect the equipment.
C. Results. Most of these expressions are fairly formal and more frequent in written English.
He did no work. As a result, he failed his exams. He did no work. As a consequence, he failed his exams. He did no work. Consequently, he failed his exams.
The result of all these changes is that no one is happy anymore. The consequence of all these changes is that no one is happy anymore.
The examples with consequence or consequently sound more formal than result.
His remarks resulted in everyone getting angry. Verb and in.
The events had an outcome that no one could have predicted.
The upshot of all these problems was that we had to start again. Less formal than outcome.
When the election results were announced, chaos ensued. Very formal.
A. Verbs of concession. Concession means accepting one part of an idea or fact, but putting another, more important argument or fact against it. It can be expressed with a conjunction. For example, although they were poor, they were independent. Or an adverb. For example, He is a bit stupid. He's very kind, nevertheless. Or through verbs like those in the table below. Example: paraphrase and comments.
I acknowledge that he has worked hard, but it isn't enough. Or, I accept that he has worked hard, but it isn't enough. Paraphrase and comments. I agree, but accept is less formal than acknowledge. I admit I was wrong, but I still think we were right to doubt her. I accept I'm guilty of what I'm accused of. I concede that you are right about the goal, but not the method. You have won this point in our argument. Rather formal, used in debates and arguments.
B. Adverbs and other phrases showing contrast. These examples are fairly informal.
Okay, you're sorry. That's all well and good, but how are you going to pay us back? Okay, you're sorry. That's all very well, but how are you going to pay us back?
You shouldn't seem so surprised. After all, I did warn you.
It's all very well saying you love dogs, but who will take it for walks if we do get one?
He is boring, and he is rather cold and unfriendly, but for all that he is your uncle, and we should invite him.
These examples are more formal.
Admittedly, she put a lot of effort in, but it was all wasted.
I thought she didn't like me. In fact, the reverse was true.
In Europe, they use metric measurements. In contrast, the USA still uses many non-metric measurements.
It's not actually raining now. On the other hand, it may rain later, so take the umbrella.
We're not almost there at all. Quite the opposite. We've got 5 miles to go yet.
C. Collocating phrases for contrast.
When it comes to politics, Jamie and Isla are poles apart.
There's a world of difference between being a friend and a lover.
There's a great divide between city residents and people who live in the country.
A yawning gap divides the rich and poor in many countries.
There's a huge discrepancy between his ideals and his actions.
A. Expressions for linking sentences or clauses.
Sentence or clause 1. For this job, you need a degree. And in addition or additionally. Sentence or clause 2. You need at least 2 years' experience. For this job, you need a degree. Additionally, you need at least 2 years' experience. Smartphones are becoming more sophisticated. Furthermore, they are becoming cheaper. Smartphones are becoming more sophisticated. Moreover, they are becoming cheaper. Smartphones are becoming more sophisticated. What's more, they are becoming cheaper. Children should respect their parents. Equally, they should respect their teachers. Children should respect their parents. Likewise, they should respect their teachers. We'll have all the stress of going to court and giving evidence. On top of all that, we'll have to pay the lawyers' bills. Furthermore and moreover are normally interchangeable and are both rather formal. What's more is informal. What is more is rather formal. On top of all that is emphatic, used mostly in informal spoken English. You can also use plus. For example, to keep fit, you need a good diet plus regular exercise. Or, to keep fit, you need a good diet plus you need regular exercise. Normally used to connect noun phrases, but can connect clauses in informal speech.
B. Expressions at the end of sentences or clauses.
They sell chairs, tables, beds, and so on. They sell chairs, tables, beds, etc. And so on is more informal than etc.
It'll go to the committee, then to the board, then to another committee, and so on and so forth.
He was a good sportsman and an excellent musician into the bargain.
He was a good sportsman and an excellent musician to boot.
C. Expressions that begin or come in the middle of sentences and clauses.
Further to my telephone call to you yesterday, I am now writing to formal opening for a letter or email.
In addition to winning the gold medal, she also broke the world record.
In addition to his BA in history, he has a PhD in sociology. Fairly formal.
Alongside her full-time job as a dentist, she does voluntary conservation work at weekends.
I have to go to the bank today as well as getting my hair cut.
Besides having a salary, he also has a private income.
Apart from having a salary, he also has a private income.
Apart from her many other hobbies, she restores old racing cars.
Joe Evans was there, along with a few other people who I didn't know.
Joe Evans was there, together with a few other people who I didn't know.
A. Text referring words. Text referring words take their meaning from the surrounding text. For example, this sentence in isolation does not mean much.
We decided to look at the problem again and try to find a solution.
What problem? The words problem and solution help organize the argument of the text, but they do not tell us the topic of the text. They refer to something somewhere else. Here are some examples. The word in bold refers to the underlined words.
Pollution is increasing. The problem is getting worse each day.
Should taxes be raised or lowered? This was the biggest issue in the election.
Whether the war could have been avoided is a question that interests historians.
Let's discuss crime. That's always an interesting topic.
Punishment is only one aspect of crime.
B. Problem-solution words. Text-referring words are often used with problem-solution types of text, where a problem is presented and ways of solving it are discussed. In the following example, the words in bold concern a problem or a solution. Try to learn these words as a family.
The situation in our cities with regard to traffic is going from bad to worse. Congestion is a daily feature of urban life. The problem is now beginning to affect our national economies. Unless a new approach is found to control traffic, we will never find a solution to the dilemma.
In the dialogue below, two politicians are arguing. Note how the words in bold refer to parts of the argument.
Your claim that we're doing nothing to invest in industry is false. We invested £10 billion last year. You've ignored this fact.
But the investment has all gone to service industries. The real point is that we need to invest in our manufacturing industries.
That argument is out of date in a modern technological society. Our position has always been that we should encourage technology.
But that view won't help to reduce unemployment.
The following problem-solution words are grouped in families associated with the underlined keywords. The prepositions normally used with them are given in brackets.
Situation. state of affairs, position, with regard to.
Problem, difficulty, crisis, matter.
Response to. Reaction to. Attitude to. Approach to.
Solution. Answer to. Resolution to. Key to. Way out of.
Evaluation of the solution. Assessment. Judgment.
Economically, the government is in a critical position. This state of affairs is partly a result of the financial difficulties currently being experienced globally. Our government's initial response to the situation was to impose higher taxes. This approach has not proved to be the solution to the problem. Economists' current assessment is that this may, in fact, be making matters worse.
A. What are discourse markers? Discourse markers are expressions which organise, comment on, or in some way frame what we are saying. An example is well.
So you live in Boston?
Well, near Boston.
Well here shows that the speaker is aware he or she is changing the direction of the conversation in some way, not giving the expected yes answer. Another example is how teachers use words like right and okay to organise what is happening in a classroom.
Right, let's have a look at exercise 3. OK, let's have a look at exercise 3.
B. Organising a conversation. Here are some common expressions which organise the different stages of a conversation.
Now, what shall we do next?
So, would you like to come to the table now, please?
Good. I'll ring you on Thursday then.
Well then, what was it you want to talk about?
Now then, I want you to look at this picture. Said by someone in control of the conversation, for example, a teacher.
Fine, let's meet again next week then, shall we? Great, let's meet again next week then, shall we? Often used to close conversations.
So, where was I? I was telling you about my aunt. Often used after an interruption or to come back to the main topic or story.
C. Modifying and commenting on what you say. In these mini-dialogues, the expressions in bold modify or comment on what is being said.
It's cold, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mind you, it's November, so it's not surprising.
What's her number?
Let me see. I have it here somewhere.
It's quite a problem.
Listen, why don't you let me sort it out? Look, why don't you let me sort it out?
Would you? Thanks a lot.
And he said he was going...
Well, that's typical.
Hang on, let me tell you what he said. Hold on, let me tell you what he said.
D. Other useful discourse markers.
I can't do that. You see, I'm not the boss here. Explaining.
He was, sort of just standing there. Hesitation.
He was wearing this kind of cowboy hat. Not sure of the best way to say something. He was wearing this, cowboy hat.
So that's what we have to do. Anyway, I'll ring you tomorrow. The speaker thinks the topic can change, or the conversation can now close.
It rained all day yesterday. Still, we can't complain. It was fine all last week. It rained all day yesterday. On the other hand, we can't complain. It was fine all last week. Contrasts two ideas or points.
We shouldn't be too hard on him.
I mean, he's only a child. Making clear what you mean.
In informal spoken language, people often use the letters of the alphabet, usually no more than A, B, and C, to list points they want to make.
Why aren't you going this evening?
Well, A, I haven't got any money, and B, it's too far anyway.
It is often difficult to hear these expressions when they are used in rapid speech. But when you are in a position to listen in a relaxed way to someone speaking English, for example, if you are not the person being spoken to, or you are listening to informal speech on radio or TV or in a film, it is easier to concentrate on listening for discourse markers.
A. Organising a formal text.
First, or firstly, or first of all, we must consider. Next, it is important to remember that
Secondly and thirdly are also used with first and firstly for lists.
Finally, or lastly, we should recall that coming to the final point on a list.
Turning to the question of foreign policy, changing to a new topic.
leaving aside the question of pollution, there are also other reasons. The writer will not deal with that question here.
In parenthesis, let us not forget that making a point that is a side issue, not part of the main argument.
In summary, or to sum up, we may state that listing or summing up the main points.
In sum, the economic issues are at the centre of this debate, listing or summing up the main points. Much more formal.
In conclusion, or to conclude, I should like to point out that finishing the text.
B. Linking words for explaining, exemplifying, rephrasing, etc.
To learn new words properly, a lot of recycling is needed. In other words, you have to study the same words over and over again. That is to say, is much more formal. To learn new words properly, a lot of recycling is needed. That is to say, you have to study the same words over and over again. That is to say, is much more formal.
Some English words are hard to pronounce. For example, eighth. Some English words are hard to pronounce. For instance, eighth.
It might be possible, say, to include the parents in the discussion. Similar to, for example, note the commas before and after. Say is also common in spoken English.
The Parliament has different committees. Briefly, these consist of two main types.
She is, so to speak, living in a world of her own. She is, as it were, living in a world of her own. Makes what you are saying sound less definite or precise. As it were is more formal.
C. Referring backwards and forwards in the text.
The following points will be covered in this essay, used to introduce a list.
It was stated above, or earlier, that the history of the USA is...
See page 238 for more information.
Many writers have claimed this. See below.
A full list is given over leaf.
For further details, see Chapter 4. For further discussion, see Chapter 4.
May I refer you to page 3 of my last letter to you?
With reference to your email of the 12th of March, often used at the beginning of a letter or email to link it with an earlier text, formal.
A. Idioms connected with communication problems.
So, see you then.
Friday.
Monday.
Yes. They're talking at cross purposes.
I really like you as a friend.
Wow, she's in love with me.
He's got the wrong end of the stick.
Can...
And that means, but if not, it could be,
Why...
and another thing. She can't get a word in edgeways.
Notwithstanding any other proviso not stated.
He can't make head or tail of what she's saying.
B. Good talk, bad talk.
The boss always talks down to us.
My workmates are always talking behind my back.
It was just small talk, nothing more, I promise.
Let's sit somewhere else. They always talk shop over lunch and it bores me rigid.
Hey, your new friend's become a real talking point among the staff. Did you know?
It's gone too far this time. I shall have to give him a talking to.
C. Talk in discussions, meetings, etc.
Who's going to start the ball rolling?
To put it in a nutshell, this is a waste of time.
I hope they get to the point soon.
I want to speak my mind today.
I hope we wrap up the discussion by 12:30.
I hope Will speaks. He always talks sense.
Sophie always talks rubbish.
Alex is so long-winded.
A. Common noun suffixes.
Is used for the person who does an activity. For example, writer, painter, worker, shopper, teacher. You can use with a wide range of verbs to make them into nouns.
Sometimes the suffix is written as OR. It is still pronounced It is worth making a special list of these words as you meet them. For example, actor, donor, operator, sailor, supervisor.
ER and OR are also used for things which do a particular job. For example, pencil sharpener, bottle opener, grater, projector, stapler, coat hanger.
ER and double E, pronounced E, can contrast with each other, meaning person who does something, ER, and person who receives or experiences the action, double E. For example, employer and employee, sender, addressee, payee, for example, of a sum of money.
TION, SION, and ION are used to form nouns from verbs. For example, complication, pollution, reduction, alteration, donation, promotion, admission, action.
Ist and ism are used for people's politics, beliefs and ideologies, and sometimes their profession. Compare with ER and OR professions above. For example, Marxist, typist, physicist, terrorist, Buddhism, journalism.
Ist is also often used for people who play musical instruments. For example, pianist, violinist, cellist.
Ness is used to make nouns from adjectives. For example, goodness, readiness, forgetfulness, happiness, sadness, weakness. Note what happens to adjectives that end in Y.
B. Adjective suffixes.
ABLE or IBLE, able, with verbs means can be done. For example, drinkable, washable, readable, forgivable, edible, flexible.
C. Verbs.
ISE or IZE which is more common in American English, eyes, forms verbs from adjectives. For example, modernize, commercialize, industrialize, computerize.
D. Other suffixes that can help you recognize the word class.
MENT. Nouns. Excitement. Enjoyment. Replacement.
ITY. Nouns. Flexibility, productivity, scarcity.
Hood. Abstract nouns, especially family terms. Childhood, motherhood, brotherhood.
Ship. Abstract nouns, especially status. Friendship, partnership, membership.
IVE. Adjectives. Active. Passive. In language, the passive is when the receiver of an action becomes the subject. For example, the bank was robbed. Productive.
AL. Adjectives. Brutal, legal. Nouns. Refusal, arrival.
OUS. Adjectives. Delicious, outrageous, furious.
FUL. Adjectives. Hopeful, useful, forgetful.
LESS. Adjectives. Useless, harmless, homeless.
IFY. Verbs. Beautify, purify, terrify.
The informal suffix ish can be added to most common adjectives, ages and times to make them less precise. For example, she's 30-ish. He has reddish hair. Come about 8-ish.
A. Negative prefixes on adjectives.
Prefixes are often used to give adjectives a negative or an opposite meaning. For example, fair or unfair, experienced or inexperienced, and similar or dissimilar are opposites. Other examples are unnatural, inedible, disorganized. Unfortunately, there is no easy way of knowing which prefix any adjective will use to form its opposite.
IN becomes IM before a root beginning with M or P. For example, immature, impatient, immoral, impossible, improbable. Similarly, IN becomes IR before a word beginning with R. For example, irregular, irresponsible, irreplaceable, and IL before a word beginning with L. For example, illegal, illegible, illiterate.
B. Negative prefixes on verbs.
The prefixes un and dis can also form the opposites of verbs. For example, tie or untie, appear or disappear. These prefixes are used to reverse the action of the verb. Here are some more examples. Disagree, disapprove, disbelieve, disconnect, discourage, dislike, disprove, disqualify, unbend, undo, undress, unfold, unload, unlock, unveil, unwrap, unzip.
C. Other common prefixes. Some words with prefixes use a hyphen. Check in a dictionary if you're not sure.
Prefix, anti. Meaning, against. Examples: anti-war, antisocial, antibiotic, antiseptic. Auto, of or by oneself. Autograph, autopilot, autobiography. By, to or twice. Bicycle, bilateral, biannual, bilingual. Ex, former. Ex-wife, ex-smoker, ex-boss. Ex, out of, extract, exhale, excommunicate. Micro, small. Microbiology, microchip, microscopic. Microwave. Miss, badly or wrongly. Misunderstand, mistranslate, mislead. Mono, one or single. Monolingual, monologue, monogamous. Multi, many. Multinational, multimedia, multipurpose. Over, too much. Overdo, overtired, oversleep, overeat. Post, after. Post-war, postgraduate, post-impressionist. Pre, before. Preconceived, pre-war, prejudge. Pro, in favour of. Pro-government, pro-revolutionary. Pseudo, false. Pseudo-scientific, pseudo-intellectual. Re, again or back. Rewrite, regain, rearrange, repay, replace, renew. Semi, half. Semicircular, semi-final, semi-detached. Sub, under. Subway, submarine, subdivision. Under, not enough. Underworked, underused, undercooked.
A. Verbs based on Latin words. Many words in English are formed from Latin roots. These words are often considered fairly formal in English. Here are some examples of the more common Latin roots, with some of the English verbs derived from them.
Duck, duct, lead. He conducted the orchestra with great vigour. Nothing would induce me to join their organisation. The railway goes over a high viaduct.
Pone, pose. Place, put. The meeting has been postponed until next week. The president was deposed by his own son. The government have imposed a sizable tax increase. Beethoven composed some beautiful pieces of music. She deposited some money in her bank account.
Port, carry, take. How are you going to transport your things to the States? Britain imports cotton and exports wool. Our opinions are supported by a considerable amount of research. Foreigners who commit crimes are usually deported.
Press, press, push. She was impressed by his presentation. This weather depresses me. She always expresses herself very articulately.
Spect, see, Look, you should respect your parents. You should respect the laws of a country. The police officer inspected the mysterious package. Many pioneers travelled west in America to prospect for gold.
Vert. Turn. I tried the new make of coffee, but I soon reverted to my old favourite brand. Can you convert this document to a PDF? The police diverted the traffic because there was a demonstration.
B. Nouns based on Latin words. The examples above are of verbs only. Note that for all the verbs listed, there is usually at least one noun, sometimes a different one for a person and an idea. Here are some examples.
Verb. Inspect. Person noun. Inspector. Abstract noun. Inspection. Advertise. Advertiser. Advertisement. Deport. Deportee. Deportation. Introduce. Introducer. Introduction. Oppress. Oppressor. Oppression. Compose. Composer. Composition.
A. What are abstract nouns?
An abstract noun represents an idea, experience, or quality, rather than an object that you can touch. For example, advice, happiness, intention, justice, and injustice are abstract nouns, but pen, bed, and trousers are not.
B. Suffixes in abstract nouns.
Certain suffixes, see Unit 70, are used frequently in abstract nouns. The most common are ment, ion, ness, and ity.
The suffix ion sometimes becomes tion, sion, ation, or ition.
MENT and ION are usually used to make verbs into abstract nouns.
The suffixes ness and ity are added to adjectives.
Here are some examples of abstract nouns using those suffixes.
Achievement, adjustment, amazement, disagreement, improvement, investment, replacement, retirement.
Affection, collection, combination, expectation, frustration, limitation, recession, reduction.
Carelessness, consciousness, eagerness, friendliness, kindness, laziness, politeness, weakness.
Activity, authority, creativity, curiosity, generosity, hostility, popularity, sensitivity. C. Less common suffixes forming abstract nouns. Ship, dum, th, and hood.
The suffixes ship and hood are usually added to other nouns to form abstract nouns.
The suffix th is added to an adjective to form an abstract noun, and dum can combine with either a noun or an adjective.
Here are some examples of abstract nouns using those suffixes.
Boredom, freedom, kingdom, martyrdom, stardom, wisdom.
breadth, depth, length, strength, warmth, width.
Adulthood, brotherhood, childhood, motherhood, neighbourhood, womanhood, manhood.
When he left school, Rolf trained as an electrician with a large company. There were 2 other boys in a similar position, and he enjoyed their companionship. They developed such a good relationship that once they'd completed their apprenticeship, they decided to go into partnership together. Now, they have set up a business under joint ownership. They have taken out membership of the Association of Electricians and are beginning to attract a great deal of work.
D. Abstract nouns with no suffix.
Anger, faith, luck, sense.
Belief, fear, principle, sight.
Calm, humour, rage, speed.
Chance, idea, reason, thought. A. Form and meaning.
A compound adjective has 2 parts. It is usually written with a hyphen. For example, well-dressed, never-ending, sky blue. Its meaning is usually clear from the combined words. The second part of the adjective is often a present participle, ending in ing, or past participle, ending in ed, except for irregular verbs.
B. Personal appearance.
A number of compound adjectives describe personal appearance. Here is a rather far-fetched description of a person, starting from the head down.
Tom was a curly-haired, sun-tanned, blue-eyed, rosy-cheeked, thin-lipped, broad-shouldered, left-handed, long-legged young man, wearing an open-necked shirt, brand-new tight-fitting jeans, and open-toed sandals.
C. Personality and character.
Other compound adjectives describe a person's character.
Melissa was absent-minded, easygoing, good-tempered, warm-hearted, and quick-witted, if perhaps a little big-headed, two-faced, self-centred, and stuck-up, informal, at times.
D. Prepositions and particles.
Another special group of compound adjectives has a preposition or particle in its second part.
The workers' declaration of an all-out strike forced management to improve conditions.
Once there were fields here, but now it's a totally built-up area.
That student's parents are very well off, but they don't give him much money, and he is always complaining of being hard up.
I love these shoes, and although they're worn out, I can't throw them away.
This area was once prosperous, but it now looks very run down.
E. Collocations. Here are some other compound adjectives with typical noun collocations.
Air-conditioned rooms.
Bulletproof windows on the president's car.
Business class ticket.
Cut-price goods in the sales.
Duty-free items.
Handmade furniture.
Interest-free credit.
Last-minute revision for an exam.
Long-distance lorry driver.
Long-standing relationship.
Off-peak train travel.
Part-time job.
So-called expert.
Sugar-free diet.
Time-consuming writing of reports.
Top-secret information.
World-famous film star.
F. Changing compound adjectives.
You can vary the compound adjectives listed by changing one part of the adjective. For example, curly-haired, long-haired, red-haired, and wavy-haired. First-hand, knowledge, first-class, ticket, and firstborn, child.
A. What are compound nouns?
A compound noun is a fixed expression which is made up of more than one word and functions as a noun. Such expressions are frequently combinations of two nouns. For example, car park, human being, science fiction. A number of compound nouns are related to phrasal verbs, and these are dealt with in Unit 76.
B. How are compound nouns written?
If you understand both parts of the compound noun, the meaning will usually be clear. Compound nouns are usually written as two words. For example, tin opener, bank account, pedestrian crossing. But sometimes they are written with a hyphen instead of a space between the words. For example, self-control. Sometimes they may be written as one word. For example, earring, trademark, babysitter.
Note that there are no strict rules about which compound words should be written in which way. There is a lot of variation even between dictionaries.
C. Stress in compound nouns.
Usually the main stress is on the first part of the compound, but sometimes it is on the second part.
In the common compound nouns below, the word which contains the main stress is underlined. Alarm clock, contact lens, mineral water, voicemail, blood donor, credit card, package holiday, windscreen, burglar alarm, heart attack, steering wheel, windscreen wiper, bus stop, light bulb, tea bag, youth hostel.
D. Grammar of compound nouns.
Compound nouns may be countable, uncountable, or only used in either the singular or the plural.
The examples given in C are all countable compound nouns. Here are some examples of common uncountable compound nouns. Air traffic control, computer technology, food poisoning, junk food, birth control, cotton wool, hay fever, mail order, blood pressure, data processing, income tax, pocket money. Here are some examples of common compound nouns used only in the singular. Arms race, climate change, death penalty, generation gap, labour force, sound barrier, welfare state. Here are some examples of common compound nouns used only in the plural. Grassroots, kitchen scissors, race relations, sunglasses, headphones, luxury goods, roadworks, traffic lights.
A. Compound nouns based on phrasal verbs.
An example of a compound noun based on a phrasal verb is a takeover, from to take over. In sections B to E, you will see these types of nouns in context. The meaning of the compound noun is given in brackets. To form the plural, S is added to the end. For example, workouts.
B. Journalism. Nouns based on phrasal verbs often have an informal feel to them, and they are particularly common in newspaper reporting.
In response to the pay offer, there was a walkout at the factory.
There is going to be a crackdown on public spending.
An inquiry into the recent breakout from the local prison has recommended measures to tighten security there.
Last month saw a tremendous shake-up in personnel.
Last week we reported on the breakup of the mayor's marriage.
C. The economy.
The takeover of one of our leading hotel chains has just been announced.
We're trying to find some new outlets for our products.
Take your things to the checkout to pay for them.
Cutbacks will be essential until the recession is over.
Our profit was £1,000 on a turnover of £10,000.
The banks were given a huge bailout by the government.
D. Aspects of modern life.
What the computer produces depends on the input.
Output has increased thanks to new technology.
We have a rather rapid staff turnover.
Just after leaving school, he went through a stage of being a dropout.
The consequences of fallout from the explosion at the nuclear reactor were felt for many years.
I can easily get you a printout of the latest figures.
A breakthrough has been made in AIDS research.
E. General. The following words can be used in more general circumstances.
Many of the problems were caused by a breakdown in communications.
The outlook for tomorrow is good. Sunny in most places.
There are drawbacks as well as advantages to every situation.
The outcome of the meeting was not very satisfactory.
TV companies always welcome feedback from viewers.
It was clear from the outset that the setup would cause problems.
We parked in a lay-by on the bypass.
The outbreak of war took many people by surprise.
A. What are binomials? Binomials are expressions, often idiomatic, where two words are joined by a conjunction, usually and. The order of the words is normally fixed. For example,
odds and ends. Small, unimportant things. For example, let's get the main things packed. We can do the odds and ends later. Not ends and odds.
Give and take. A spirit of compromise. For example, every relationship needs a bit of give and take to be successful.
You can often tell something is a binomial because of the sound pattern, which may be a repetition of the same first sound or a rhyme.
Tears are part and parcel of growing up.
The boss was ranting and raving at us.
The old cottage has gone to rack and ruin.
He's so prim and proper at work.
The hotel was a bit rough and ready.
She has to wine and dine important clients.
They stole my wallet. I was left high and dry with no money.
B. Pairs of near synonyms. At other times, the clue is that the words are near synonyms.
You can pick and choose. It's up to you.
My English is progressing in leaps and bounds. My English is progressing by leaps and bounds.
It's nice to have some peace and quiet now that the children have left.
The doctor recommended some rest and recreation, or R&R.
First and foremost, you must work hard.
C. Binomials composed of grammar words. Many grammar words combine to form binomials.
There are cafes here and there along the seafront.
We've had meetings on and off, or off and on.
I've been running back and forth, or to and fro, all day.
She's better now, and out and about again.
She ran up and down the street.
D. Binomials linked by words other than and.
You've got your sweater on back to front.
He won't help her. She'll have to sink or swim.
Slowly but surely, I realised the boat was sinking.
Sooner or later, you'll learn your lesson.
She didn't want to be just friends. It had to be all or nothing.
Well, I'm sorry. That's all I can offer you. Take it or leave it.
It's about the same distance as from here to Dublin, give or take a few miles.
A. Abbreviations pronounced as individual letters. Most abbreviations are pronounced as individual letters. Abbreviations for groups or organisations.
BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation.
CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, US government agency collecting information about other countries.
EU, European Union.
FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
MI6, Military Intelligence 6, UK equivalent of CIA.
WHO, World Health Organization.
Other abbreviations pronounced as individual letters.
ID, identity, an identity card or passport.
GM, genetically modified.
DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, chemical at the centre of living cells.
FAQ, frequently asked questions.
AKA, also known as.
IOU, IOU.
ATM, automated teller machine, cash machine usually outside a bank.
ASAP, as soon as possible.
B. Abbreviations pronounced as words. Abbreviations pronounced as individual words are called acronyms.
NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
PIN, personal identity number. For example, for a bank or credit card.
SAD, seasonal affective disorder, lacking energy and enthusiasm in winter in latitudes where there is little sunlight at that time. AWOL, absent without leave.
Some acronyms have become so normal as words that people do not think of them as abbreviations any longer, and so they are not written in capital letters.
Laser, radar, scuba, sonar.
C. Clippings. Some words are often used in an abbreviated form in informal situations.
We say, for example, kilo instead of kilogram, or gig for gigabyte. Other examples include
Aircon, air conditioning. SatNav, satellite navigation system.
Uni, university. Mobile, mobile phone, or US, cell, cell phone.
Carbs, carbohydrates. Sci-fi, science fiction. High-tech, high technology.
D. Written abbreviations. Some abbreviations are most frequently used in writing.
PTO, please turn over. Turn to the next page.
PS, postscript, written at the end of a message or letter, when you want to add something else.
RSVP, répondez s'il vous plaît. French, meaning please answer. Written at the end of an invitation to indicate that you should reply.
RIP, rest in peace. often written on a headstone where someone is buried after they have died.
A. Learning and remembering multi-word expressions.
Fixed expressions, also known as idioms, often have meanings that are not clear or obvious. For example, the expression to feel under the weather, which means to feel unwell, is typical. The words do not tell us what it means, but the context usually helps. Think of multi-word expressions as units, just like single words. Always record the whole expression in your notebook, along with information on grammar and collocation. For example, this tin opener has seen better days. Multi-word expressions of this type are often rather informal and include a personal comment on the situation. They are sometimes humorous or ironic. As with any informal words, be careful how you use them. Never use them just to sound fluent or good at English. In a formal situation with a person you do not know, don't say, "How do you do, Mrs. Watson? Do take the weight off your feet." Instead say, "Do sit down," or "Have a seat."
B. Organising multi-word expressions.
Multi-word expressions can be grouped in a variety of ways. It is probably best to use whichever way you find most useful to help you remember them.
Grouping by grammar. Verb and object. Get or get hold of the wrong end of the stick. Pull a fast one. Poke your nose in or into. Verb and prepositional phrase. Be over the moon. Feel down in the dumps. Be in the red.
Grouping by meaning. For example, expressions describing people's character or intellect. He's as daft as a brush. She takes the biscuit. They're a pain in the neck. Little Sam's as good as gold.
Grouping by a verb or other key word, for example, expressions with make. Why do you have to make a meal out of everything? I think we should make a move. It's gone 10 o'clock. Most politicians are on the make. I don't trust any of them. I'm afraid I'm making heavy weather of my essay.
C. Grammar of multi-word expressions.
It is important when using these expressions to know just how flexible their grammar is. Some are more fixed than others. For instance, barking up the wrong tree is always used in continuous, not simple form. For example, I think you're barking up the wrong tree. Not, I think you bark up the wrong tree. A good dictionary may help, but it is best to observe the grammar in real examples. Note how units 89 to 94 group expressions in different ways. For more information on multi-word expressions, see English Idioms in Use by Michael McCarthy and Felicity Odell.
A. Vowels.
The phonetic transcription is provided for some of the words below. Check you understand the symbols, which are used by most good dictionaries. See page 258.
To master English pronunciation, it is helpful to learn the 22 phonemic symbols for English vowel sounds. These are important because the vowel letters can be pronounced in many different ways.
A. Cat. About. O. Wander. Last. A. Late. E. Met. Meter. I. Alive. Give. O. O. Sorry. O. Go. A. Love. Oo. To. U. Put. A. Cut. U. Cupid. A. Head. E. Team. React. Fiend. Friend. Science. Ou. Hour. Oo. Root. Wood. Ei. Rain. Receive. Reinforce. Double O. Oo. Cool. Cook. Co-opt.
B. Silent letters.
The letters below in bold are silent in the examples. P. Psychic. Psychiatry. Pneumatic. Receipt. Pseudonym. Psychology. B. Comb. Dumb. Numb. Tomb. Climb. Womb. Lamb. B. Doubt. Subtle. Debt. Debtor. L. Could. Should. Calm. Half. Talk. Palm. Walk. Salmon. Chalk. H. Honour. Honourable. Honest. Hour. Hourly. Heir. Heiress. T. Whistle. Castle. Listen. Fasten. Soften. Christmas. K. Knee. Knife. No. Knob. Knowledge. Not. Knit. R. Card. Park. Farm. Burn. Work. Storm. Tart. Unless followed by a vowel. Mother. Sister. Teacher. Water.
C. Changing stress.
Some two-syllable words in English have the same form for the noun and the verb. The stress is on the first syllable of the word when it is a noun and the second syllable when it is a verb. For example, wool is a major Scottish export. Scotland exports a lot of wool. Here are some other words like this. Noun, conduct. Verb, conduct. Conflict, conflict. Contest, contest. Decrease, decrease. Suspect, suspect. Record, record. Desert, desert. Import, import. Increase, increase. insult, insult. Transfer, transfer. Reject, reject. Permit, permit. Present, present. Progress, progress. Protest, protest. Transport, transport. Upset, upset. Multi-syllable words in English tend to put their main stress on the third syllable from the end. For example, photograph, telephone, arithmetic. As a result, as a long word adds suffixes, its word stress does not stay on the same syllable. For example, photographer, telephony, arithmetical. Note that although this rule is useful, it does have plenty of exceptions.
A. What are onomatopoeic words?
Onomatopoeic words are those which seem to sound like their meaning. The most obvious examples are verbs for the noises which animals make.
Cows moo.
Cats meow and purr.
Lions roar.
Bees buzz.
Small birds tweet.
B. Letters, sounds and their associations.
Certain combinations of sounds have particular associations in English.
Gr at the beginning of a word can suggest something unpleasant or miserable. For example, she was groaning with pain. Everyone was grumbling about the quality of the food. Don't be so grumpy. The teacher growled angrily at the boys.
Cl at the beginning of a word can suggest something sharp and or metallic. For example, click on login to enter the website. There was a loud clang as the metal bar hit the stone floor. Horses go clip-clop on the road.
Sp at the beginning of a word can suggest water or other liquids or powders. For example, she splashed water over her face to wake herself up. The meat was horrible and she spat it out. I never use hairsprays. He sprinkled sugar on his breakfast cereal and ate it quickly. Water was spurting out of the broken pipe.
W at the beginning of a word often suggests the movement of air. For example, he whistled and the horse ran towards him. Suddenly, a large insect whizzed over my head and scared me. Old Mr. Banks wheezed as he climbed the stairs.
Ash at the end of a word can suggest something fast and violent. For example, smash, dash, crash, bash, mash, gash. A smashed window, a car crash, sausages and mashed potato.
A. Homophones and homographs.
Homophones are words with different meanings which are pronounced in the same way but are spelt differently. For example, row, as in at the end of the row, and row.
Homographs are words which are written in the same way but have different meanings and may be pronounced differently. Compare ROW in "We had a row about who should pay for the tickets" and "He sat at the end of the row."
B. Homophones.
Air, allowed, break, fair, phase, flew, great, grown, horse, its, lays, male, meet, moan, hour, pair, pale, pain, peel, place, practice, pray, raise, read, rain, write, sail, seen, sight, sow, soul, some, stake, tea, there, through, tire, toe, waste, weight, week, weather, wine, wood.
C. Homographs with differing pronunciations.
Check the pronunciation of the words in bold. You can use the list of phonemic symbols on page 258.
I live in the north of England.
My favourite rock group is singing live on TV tonight.
I read in bed each night.
I read War and Peace last year.
The lead singer in the group is great.
Lead pipes are dangerous.
The wind blew the tree down.
Wind the rope round this tree.
She wound the string round the parcel and tied it up.
He suffered a terrible wound in the war.
This book is called English Vocabulary in Use.
You must know how to use words as well as their meaning.
They lived in a large old house.
The buildings house a library and 2 concert halls, as well as a theatre.
The sow has 5 piglets.
The farmers sow the seeds in the spring.
Bathing the baby at night may help her to fall asleep.
On a sign at a beach, no bathing.
A. What are uncountable nouns?
Countable nouns can be used with a or an and made plural. For example, a hat, 2 hats.
Uncountable nouns are not normally used with a or an or the plural. For example, information, not an information or some informations.
You can learn uncountable nouns in groups associated with the same subject or area. Here are some useful headings. B. Travel.
Luggage. Baggage. More common than luggage in American English. Accommodation. Money. Currency. Information. Transport.
C. Food.
The word food is usually uncountable, and so are many food names. Other uncountable food words can be added to this list. Sugar, rice, spaghetti, butter, bread, flour, soup.
D. Abstract uncountable nouns and nouns for activities.
She gave me some advice on how to study for the exam.
I picked up some interesting knowledge on that course.
She's made a lot of progress in a very short time.
She has done some research on marine life.
They've done a lot of work on the project.
The teacher always gives us homework at the weekend.
Do you have any experience of working with children?
Wealth does not guarantee happiness, but neither does poverty.
E. Material and resources.
For making clothes, furniture, etc. Cloth, for example silk, leather.
For energy, coal, oil.
For buildings, stone, brick, plastic.
General, equipment, software.
F. Other common uncountable nouns.
I have some news for you. Henry is getting married.
What lovely weather. Let's go for a walk.
A. Tools, instruments, pieces of equipment.
Scissors, pliers, earphones, tweezers, tongs, headphones, binoculars, scales, handcuffs, shears, glasses or spectacles, goggles.
B. Things we wear.
Clothes, pyjamas, knickers or pants, underpants or pants, jeans, tights, overalls, leggings, dungarees, shorts, trousers, braces, swimming trunks or trunks.
C. Other useful words.
The graphics in this game are amazing.
When will the goods be delivered?
The architect inspected the foundations before declaring that the premises were safe.
The military authorities have established their headquarters in the old town hall.
The acoustics in the new opera house are near perfect.
The contents of the house were sold after her death.
Looks are less important than personality in a partner.
As you come to the outskirts of the village, there are traffic lights. Turn left there.
The stairs are a bit dangerous. Be careful.
The proceeds of the concert are going to the Children's Fund.
A terrorist has escaped from prison. Her whereabouts are unknown.
D. Words with plural form, but used mostly with singular verbs.
Names of some games. Billiards, dominoes, drafts, darts, bowls, cards.
Names of subjects or activities. Physics, economics, classics, gymnastics, athletics.
A. Countable and uncountable nouns.
When we use a countable noun, we are thinking of specific things that can be counted. For example, 2 glasses.
When we use an uncountable noun, we are thinking of stuff or material or the idea of a thing in general. For example, this door is made of glass.
Stuff or materials. Glass. Things. A glass or glasses. Cloth. A cloth. Fish. A fish. Work. A work.
Be careful. There's broken glass on the road.
I need a cloth to wipe the table.
We had fish for dinner.
Hamlet is one of Shakespeare's most famous works.
Here are some more nouns that can be used in both ways with different meanings.
Countable. There's a black hair in my soup. It must be yours. Uncountable. She has beautiful red hair. Did you buy a paper this morning? The printer has run out of paper. They are campaigning to help indigenous peoples of South America. I love meeting people from different countries. Can I borrow your iron? My shirt is a bit creased. People used to think ships made of iron would sink. I had some interesting experiences during my trip to Latin America. She has little work experience. The city has a yearly arts festival. He studied arts, not sciences, at uni. Have you been to the Modern Art Museum? It's wonderful. I've seen that film 3 times. We had some good times at university. Time passes very slowly if you have a boring job.
B. Food. The names of food items often have a different meaning, depending on whether they are used as countable or uncountable nouns. See fish above.
Coffee or tea.
A coffee and 2 teas.
Potato.
Just 2 potatoes, please.
Would you like some chocolate?
Would you like a chocolate?
Salt and pepper.
A pepper.
A hot dog with onion.
An onion.
A. Bit and piece. You can make many uncountable nouns singular and countable by adding a piece of, a bit of, or a little bit of. Similarly, you can make such nouns plural with pieces of or bits of. Bit is less formal than piece, and they are not always interchangeable. Bit can be used with all types of nouns. Piece tends to be used more with uncountable nouns. Bit suggests a smaller amount than piece.
How many pieces of luggage have you got with you?
The police collected bits of information from different sources.
Chopin wrote some wonderful pieces of music.
Before you go to England, I should give you 2 bits of advice.
He spends all his money buying new bits of computer equipment.
B. Words that go with specific uncountable nouns.
Weather. Rain. Sun. Lightning. Wind. Today's weather will be variable. In the north, there are likely to be heavy showers of rain. The sunny spell of weather that we have had this last week will continue in much of the south, although there may be occasional rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning in some areas, with some quite loud claps of thunder in 1 or 2 areas. These will be followed by a few spots of rain, but gusts of wind should soon blow them away and the sunshine will then return.
See Unit 6 for more weather words.
Groceries. I need a loaf of bread, a couple of slices of ham, 2 bars of chocolate, a tube of toothpaste, 2 cartons of milk, and 3 bars of soap. Slice can also be used with toast, bread, meat, and cheese.
Nature.
Look at the ladybird on that blade of grass.
What's happened? Look at that cloud of smoke hanging over the town.
We could see little puffs of smoke coming out of the volcano.
Let's go out and get a breath of fresh air.
Put another lump of coal on the fire, please. Lump can also be used with sugar.
Other words.
I had an amazing stroke of luck this morning.
I've never seen him do a stroke of work. Only in negative sentences, more emphatic than a bit of work.
I've never seen him in such a fit of temper before.
The donkey is the basic means of transport on the island.
Jeans must be the most useful article of clothing ever invented. Jeans must be the most useful item of clothing ever invented.
There was an interesting item of news about France on TV last night.
C. A state of.
Nouns used with a state of are usually abstract and include chaos, tension, confusion, health, disorder, uncertainty, poverty, agitation, disrepair, and flux. For example, the transport system is in a state of chaos.
A. People. Collective nouns are used to describe a group of the same people or things.
A group of people. Smaller number.
A crowd of people. Large number.
A gang of thieves. Rather negative.
B. Words associated with certain animals.
A flock of sheep or birds. For example, geese or pigeons.
A herd of cows. Deer. Goats.
A shoal of fish, or any particular fish. For example, a shoal of herring or mackerel. Note the use of singular here.
A swarm of insects, typically flying ones. For example, a swarm of bees or gnats.
A pack of can be used for dogs, hyenas, wolves, etc., as well as for playing cards.
C. People involved in the same job or activity. These nouns are used with singular or plural verbs, depending on your point of view.
A team of reporters or rescue workers was or were at the scene of the disaster.
The crew was or were saved when the ship sank.
The company is or are rehearsing a new production.
The cast is or are all amateurs.
The public has, or have, a right to know the truth.
The staff are on strike. Normally used with a plural verb, general word for groups who share a place of work. For example, teachers in a school, people in an office.
D. Physical features of landscapes.
In the picture we can see a row of cottages near a clump of trees with a range of hills in the background. Out on the lake there is a small group of islands.
E. Things in general.
A pair of birds sitting on a branch.
A couple of strawberries.
A pile or heap of papers. Or clothes, dishes, toys, etc.
A bunch of flowers, or grapes, bananas, etc.
A stack of chairs, or tables, boxes, logs, etc.
A set of tools, or pots and pans, dishes, etc.
A. Containers and contents.
Bag, barrel, basket, bottle, bowl, box, bucket.
Can, carton, case, for example, for glasses. Crate, glass, jar, jug, mug.
Pack, packet, pan, pot, sack, tin, tub, tube.
B. More information about these containers.
Container, bag, usually made of cloth, paper, plastic. Typical contents: sweets, shopping, mail. Barrel, wood and metal. Oil. Wine, beer. Basket, wicker, metal, shopping, clothes, waste paper, bottle, glass, plastic, milk, lemonade, wine, bowl, china, glass, wood, fruit, soup, sugar, box, cardboard, wood, matches, tools, toys, chocolates, bucket, metal, plastic, sand, water, can, tin, cola, beer, carton, card, milk, juice, case, leather, wood, cardboard, jewellery, spectacles, wine, crate, wood, plastic, bottles, glass, glass, milk, water, wine, jar, glass, pottery, jam, honey, olives, instant coffee, jug, pottery, milk, cream, water, mug, pottery, tea, coffee, cocoa, pack, card, cards, 6 cans of cola or beer, packet, card, paper, plastic,
tea, biscuits, cereal, crisps,
pan, metal, food that is being cooked, pot, plastic, metal, pottery, yogurt, plant, paint, sack, cloth, plastic, coal, rubbish, tin, tin, tomatoes, sardines, fruit, tub, wood, plastic, card, flowers, rainwater, ice cream, tube, soft metal, plastic, toothpaste, paint, ointment.
A. Phrasal verbs with do and make.
Phrasal verb, do without, meaning, manage without. Example, we'll have to do without a holiday this year as money is so short. Do away with, abolish, get rid of. It should be our ambition to do away with poverty in the world. Make for, move in the direction of. Let's make for the city centre and look for a restaurant there. Make of, think, opinion. What do you make of the new software? Make off, leave hurriedly. He made off as soon as he heard their car turn into the drive. Make up for, compensate for. The superb food at the hotel made up for the uncomfortable rooms.
B. Meanings of phrasal verbs.
Some phrasal verbs have a number of different meanings. For example, do up can mean not only fasten, but also renovate and put into a bundle. Similarly, make out can mean claim, manage to see, and understand. Make up can mean compose or invent. It can also mean constitute or form. Put cosmetics on, prepare by mixing together various ingredients, and make something more numerous or complete.
C. Collocations with do and make. There are a lot of other common collocations based on do and make. Note that most combinations referring to activities, work or duty use do, whereas those which lead to an end product, for example, tea, a cake, a noise, a toy boat, a profit, use make.
You do your homework. You do the housework. You do some gardening. You do exercise. You do the washing up. You do your best. You do the shopping. You do the cooking. You do business with, and so on.
You make a cup of tea. You make arrangements. You make an agreement. You make a suggestion. You make a decision. You make war. You make an attempt. You make a phone call. You make the best of. You make an effort. You make an excuse. You make a mistake. You make a profit or a loss. You make love. You make the most of. You make a noise. You make a good or bad impression. You make a success of. You make allowances for. You make a gesture or a face. You make fun of. You make a fuss of. You make a go or a success of. And so on.
A. Phrasal verbs with bring. Each example is a typical spoken sentence, and a more formal equivalent is provided in brackets.
My father's parents brought him up in the country because they thought that country life was better for children.
Don't give up. I'm sure you'll bring it off in the end.
Cold winds always bring on her cough.
The strike brought about a change of government.
Ford Motors are bringing out an interesting new model in the spring.
I hope they don't bring back capital punishment.
They promised to bring down taxes, but they have actually raised them.
Inflation will probably bring down the government.
Keep trying to persuade him, and you'll bring him round to your point of view.
B. Phrasal verbs with take.
Doesn't he take after his father? They even sound the same.
I wish I could take back what I said to her.
It's hard to take in his lectures. He speaks in such an abstract way.
She was completely taken in by him and agreed to give him all her money.
Sales have really taken off now. We should make a good profit this year.
The plane took off 2 hours late.
She's very good at taking off her teacher. She sounds just like her.
We'll have to take on more staff if we're to take on more work.
Nelson is going to take over as manager in July.
She took to him at once, and they soon became close friends.
When did you take up golf?
C. Common expressions with bring and take.
The new regulations will be brought into force in May.
His research brought some very interesting facts to light.
Matters were brought to a head when Lily was sacked.
It's better that everything should be brought into the open.
His new girlfriend has really brought out the best in him.
Don't let him take advantage of you.
After 20 years of marriage, he takes her for granted.
I took it for granted you'd come. You always do.
She immediately took control of the situation.
His unkind words took my breath away.
The story takes place in Mexico.
Leaving his job before he's found a new one is taking a risk.
It's impossible to take such a silly suggestion seriously.
Don't forget to take travel costs into account in the budget.
He doesn't seem to take pride in his work.
You must take the opportunity to visit the castle while you're here.
A. Meanings of get. Get is used frequently in spoken English. It has the following basic meanings.
Receive, obtain, or buy something. For example, please get me a sandwich when you're in town. I got a text from John today. She got top marks in her exam.
Change position. Move or be moved. For example, how are you getting home tonight?
Change state. Become or make. For example, she's ill, but she's getting better.
B. Specific meanings of get. Get also has many other more specific meanings.
It's my turn to get dinner tonight.
I don't get it. Why did he speak like that?
His behaviour really gets me at times.
I saw Harry's new girlfriend at the party, but I didn't get to speak to her.
Once we got to know each other, we became great friends.
The phone's ringing and there's someone at the door. You get the phone and I'll get the door.
C. Phrasal verbs based on get.
Phrasal verb, get across. Meaning, successfully communicate an idea. Example, it was difficult to get my point of view across to the committee. Get at. Reach, find. I hope the inquiry will get at the truth. Get behind with. Fail to do something by a certain time. I've got terribly behind with my work. Get down. Depress. This weather is getting me down. Get down to. Begin to give some serious attention to. It's time you got down to some work. Get into. Be successful with an application. For example, to a college or school. She did well in her exams and got into university. Get on. Manage. However will we get on without you? Get on. Advance. Develop. Joe is getting on very well at school. Get out of. Avoid a responsibility. I'll try to get out of my next lesson. Get over. Recover from. She's getting over a bad attack of flu. Get round. Spread. The news soon got round the village. Get round to. Do something you've intended to do for a long time. I need to buy a new desk, but I can't get round to it. I'm so busy. Get through. Come to a successful end. I'm glad she got through all her exams. Get through. Use up all of. He got through his month's salary in just one weekend. Get up to. To do, especially something bad. The children are very quiet.
D.
I wonder what they are getting
Other
up to.
expressions based on get.
You seem to have got out of bed on the wrong side today.
The meeting got off to a good start with Elliot's speech. The meeting got off to a bad start with Elliot's speech.
I'm organising a little get-together. I hope you can come.
When they broke up, he got rid of everything of hers.
I'm going to get my own back on her somehow.
A. Phrasal verbs based on set.
Since his daughter's birth, Robert had been setting aside money for her wedding. Now he and his wife were setting off to meet Carl, her new fiancé. Carl was a mountaineer who had set out several times to climb Mount Everest, but had had to turn back because bad weather had set off avalanches. Now he was trying to set up a sports equipment business. Robert didn't altogether like the sound of Carl, but he was doing his best to set aside his negative feelings.
B. Phrasal verbs with put. Note it would not normally be natural to use all of these expressions together.
Emma put her own name forward for election to the staff committee. 10 other people had also put in proposal forms, but Emma was elected because she is very good at putting her ideas across. She also has a talent for putting her opponents down. At the first meeting, she was largely silent, though occasionally she would put in a remark. At the next meeting, she was more involved. She supported the proposal that central heating should be put in the staff canteen and agreed to help put together some new flat-pack furniture for the canteen. She also voted for the local school being allowed to use the staff club to put on a play. She insisted that the play would not put staff out at all, provided that the school put all their props away after each performance. She said that she would put up relatives coming from other towns to watch the play. She argued that the committee should put off making their decision about putting up staff club membership subscriptions until they had found out how staff felt about this. She agreed to put up posters encouraging all staff to come to the next committee meeting. Later that evening, Emma made her mother laugh as she imitated other committee members. She's good at putting on all sorts of accents. The chairperson really put me off with his constant sniffing, she said, and I don't know how they put up with the secretary's rudeness.
C. Expressions with set and put.
He has set his heart on becoming a ballet dancer. He has set his sights on becoming a ballet dancer.
I've set myself a target of losing 5 kilos by the end of the year.
They sat up till the small hours, setting the world to rights. They sat up till the small hours, putting the world to rights.
Did someone set fire to the house deliberately?
The prisoner will be set free tomorrow.
Lottie had never set foot in Italy before.
The Egyptian runner has set a new world record.
Teachers have to try to set a good example for young people.
To put your foot down. To be firm about something.
To put pressure on someone. To try to force someone to do something.
To put your mind to. To direct all your thoughts towards.
To put 2 and 2 together. To draw an obvious conclusion.
To put an end or a stop to something. To cause something to stop.
To put someone's back up. To irritate someone.
A put-up job. Something arranged to give a false impression. A. Phrasal verbs based on come.
Did the meeting you were planning ever come off?
When did the exam results come out?
I must tell you about an important point which came up at the meeting.
Please come round and see me sometime.
Nothing can come between him and football.
I came across a lovely old vase in that junk shop.
How did you come by that bruise?
How did you come by that car?
Computer prices have come down recently.
Sophia came up with a really good idea to raise money for charity.
B. Collocations with come to and come into. Come to often refers to the idea of arriving at. Come into often refers to the idea of starting or acquiring.
Come to and collocations. Come to an agreement. Come to a conclusion. Come to a standstill. Come to an end. Come to a decision. Come to terms with. Examples. The two sides have at last come to an agreement. Traffic came to a standstill because of the snow. The war finally came to an end in 2005. Come into and collocations. Come into and collocations. Come into contact with. Come into a fortune. Come into operation. Come into sight or view. Come into existence. Come into fashion. Examples. He came into a fortune when his uncle died. The new motorway will come into operation next March. After 2 hours at sea, the island came into sight. After 2 hours at sea, the island came into view.
C. Phrasal verbs based on go. Some of these have a number of different meanings. Go on.
What is going on next door?
They went on working despite the noise.
As the weeks went on, things improved.
You go on. We'll catch you up later.
He's always going on at me about my untidy hair.
Go through.
I wouldn't like to go through that again.
Let's go through the plans once more.
Unfortunately, the business deal we were hoping for did not go through in the end.
Go for.
He really went for her when she dared to criticize him.
Which course have you decided to go for?
Go with.
Those shoes don't go with that dress. D. Other expressions based on go.
I hope they'll make a go of the business, but they are taking a big risk.
He's been on the go all day and he's exhausted.
It goes without saying that we'll support you.
Your work is good, as far as it goes.
The story goes that they were once very close friends.
They went to great lengths to keep it a secret.
The business has gone bankrupt.
Let me have a go. A. Look.
I look forward to hearing from you at your earliest convenience. At end of formal letter.
The police are looking into the matter.
They need to look at all the evidence before reaching a decision.
She looks down on anyone she thinks is inferior to her.
It's hard to be positive, but do try to look on the bright side.
B. C.
Sue tries to see about arrangements for the conference at least a year ahead. Sue tries to see to arrangements for the conference at least a year ahead.
We all went to see Yana off at the airport.
It didn't take Tom long to see through her.
That can't be Hamid. He's in Paris this week. I must be seeing things. C. Run.
I ran into an old friend yesterday. I had no idea she was in town.
Her patience has run out and she has told him she won't help him anymore.
We've run out of milk.
Let's run over the plans again to make sure we've thought of everything.
Things may be hard now, but it'll be worth it in the long run.
The trains have stopped running because of the avalanche.
D. Turn.
Everyone was very surprised when she turned down the promotion and explained that she was leaving the company.
Naoko turned up last night. I haven't seen her for years.
I'm going to turn over a new leaf this year and answer all my letters the day I get them.
The fire bell turned out to be a false alarm. E. Let.
He has been let down so many times in the past. I hope he won't be disappointed again.
Don't let go of the rope or she'll fall and hurt herself.
The accused was let off with a fine.
When she let it slip that she had been given a pay rise, the other workers were very angry.
F. Break.
No one likes people who break their promises.
The speaker broke off in the middle of a sentence.
I'm dreading breaking the news to him. He's going to be very upset.
When he left her, he broke her heart.
The sprinter broke the record for the 100 metres.
A. What is formality? Formality is all about your relationship with the person you're speaking or writing to. If you use formal language, it may be because you wish to show respect, politeness, or to put yourself at a distance. For example, official language or academic language. Informal language can show friendliness, equality, or a feeling of closeness and solidarity with someone. You should never use informal language just to sound fluent or clever. B. Scales of formality. Some groups of words can be put on a scale from formal to neutral to informal.
Formal, offspring. Neutral, children. Informal, kids. Abode, residence. House, flat, home. Place. Goodbye. Bye. Bye-bye. Cheerio. Go amiss. Go wrong. Go pear-shaped.
C. Words of Latin and Greek origin. Many longer words that come from Latin and Greek are quite formal. Here are some with their neutral and or informal equivalents, which are often shorter words.
I'll go and email Kieran immediately.
The researchers utilize the most modern equipment.
This problem frequently occurs with older software.
The study established a link between stress and ill health.
This book provides us with a picture of ordinary life in the Middle Ages.
The government attempted to reduce unemployment by supporting new businesses.
Physicists seek answers to fundamental questions about the universe.
D. Formal phrases. Many phrases are typical of formal contexts, such as academic or official language.
What should the government do in terms of helping young people? Students, in particular, need support to complete their studies on account of the high fees and living costs they have to meet.
Should students be given financial support on the basis of their family circumstances? And how should the government act in relation to youth unemployment?
The definitions give less formal or neutral equivalents.
E. Formality in notices, instructions, etc. You will often see rather formal words in signs, notices, and directions. Make sure you know the meaning of the words used so that you could tell someone what the notice says using less formal words.
This stairway is closed until further notice.
Do not alight while the bus is in motion.
Do not address the driver unless the bus is stationary.
Lift capacity 6 persons or max 500 kilos.
Articles deposited must be paid for in advance.
We regret we no longer accept cheques.
Tickets must be purchased before boarding the train.
A. Monosyllabic informal words. Informal versions of words are often short and monosyllabic. Consist of one syllable.
Someone's robbing the bank. Call the cops.
Do you mind if I use your loo?
The cops have arrived.
The house has 2 loos.
It cost me 10 quid.
I'll help you peel the spuds.
My bike's been stolen.
I always go by tube.
His dad spent 10 years in the nick.
I'll get a cab from the station.
B. Clippings. Shortening a word tends to make it less formal, though these forms are acceptable in a wide range of contexts.
I'll meet you in the lab.
She works for a tech company.
What's on telly tonight?
Have you seen that mag?
We should put an ad in the paper. We should put an advert in the paper.
Can I use your mobile? I need to phone my brother.
There's milk in the fridge.
Her sister's a vet.
Would you like to be a celeb? Would you like to be a celebrity?
C. Slang. Slang is extremely informal language. Slang helps to make speech vivid, colourful, and interesting, but it can easily be used inappropriately. Slang is mainly used in speech, but it is also often found in the popular press and in literature. Slang changes very quickly, so some words go out of fashion, but you may meet them in novels and films. Some slang expressions may cause offence to some people. Here are some examples you may hear or read.
Expressions for money. Dosh, Reddies, Moolah.
Expressions for food and drinks. Nosh, grub. Sani, cuppa.
People obsessed with computers or other equipment. Nerd, geek, anorak.
Jobs, quack, shrink, the old bill, squaddy.
A. As. 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 Similes are easy to understand. If you see the phrase as dead as a doornail, you don't need to know what a doornail is. Simply that the whole phrase means totally dead. But remember, fixed similes are usually informal and often humorous. Those marked with an asterisk are negative and could offend. Use all these expressions with care and keep them generally as part of your receptive vocabulary. Creating a picture in your mind can often help you remember the simile.
As blind as a bat.
As thin as a rake.
As strong as an ox.
As quiet as a mouse. Some can be remembered as pairs of opposites.
As heavy as lead is the opposite of as light as a feather.
As drunk as a lord is the opposite of as sober as a judge.
As black as night is the opposite of as white as snow, particularly used in fairy tales.
Some can be remembered by sound patterns.
As good as gold. This is used about children's behaviour.
As cool as a cucumber.
As busy as a bee.
Some other useful phrases using as.
The bed was as hard as iron, and I couldn't sleep.
I'll give this plant some water. The soil's dry as a bone.
He's as mad as a hatter. He crossed the Atlantic in a bathtub.
She told the teacher, as bold as brass, that his lessons were boring.
You'll have to speak slowly and clearly. He's as deaf as a post.
Don't worry. Passing this exam is as easy as pie.
She knew the answer as quick as a flash.
The princess's skin was as white as snow.
When he saw it, his face went as white as a sheet.
The fish was bad and I was as sick as a dog.
She ran off with my money. I felt as sick as a parrot.
When I told him, his face went as red as a beetroot.
B. Like.
My plan worked like a dream, and the problem was soon solved.
Be careful the boss doesn't see you. She has eyes like a hawk.
No wonder he's fat. He eats like a horse and drinks like a fish.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, thanks. Like a log.
Sorry, I forgot to ring him again. I've got a mind like a sieve. Sorry, I forgot to ring him again. I've got a head like a sieve.
The boss is like a bear with a sore head today.
She goes around like a bull in a china shop.
Criticising the government in his presence is like a red rag to a bull.
A. Advice and warnings.
Proverb. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Paraphrase. Don't depend on something happening because it may not. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't invest all your efforts or attention in just one thing. Never judge a book by its cover. Don't judge people or things by their outward appearance. Never look a gift horse in the mouth. Never refuse good fortune when it is there in front of you. Take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves. Take care of small sums of money, and they will become large sums. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll deal with that problem when it actually happens.
B. Key elements. Proverbs can be grouped by key elements. For example, animals and birds.
When the cat's away, the mice will play.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
One swallow doesn't make a summer.
C. Visualizing. As with learning all vocabulary, visualizing an element of it often helps.
There's no smoke without fire. Or, where there's smoke, there's fire.
People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Too many cooks spoil the broth.
Many hands make light work.
Signs and notices in English often use words and expressions that are rarely seen in other contexts. Look at the signs and notices below with their translations into more everyday English.
A light here for Buckingham Palace.
Get off here for Buckingham Palace.
Trespassers will be prosecuted.
People who walk on this private land will be taken to court.
Kindly refrain from using your mobile phone in the auditorium.
Please don't use mobile phones in the theatre or hall.
Penalty for dropping litter, up to £1,000 fine.
You can be taken to court and made to pay £1,000 for dropping rubbish.
Lunches now being served.
You can buy lunch here now.
No admission to unaccompanied minors.
Young people under 18 years old can only come in if they are with an adult.
Feeding the animals is strictly prohibited.
You are not allowed to feed the animals.
No through road for motor vehicles.
There is no way out at the other end of this road for cars.
No entry to unauthorised personnel.
You may not enter without permission or if you do not work here.
Please place your purchases here.
Please put the things you are going to buy or have bought here.
This packet carries a government health warning.
What is in this packet is officially considered bad for your health.
Reduce speed now.
Start going more slowly now.
Pay and display.
Buy a ticket and put it in a place where it can easily be seen.
Cyclists dismount here.
Cyclists should get off their bikes here.
Fishing permit holders only.
Only people with special cards giving them permission are allowed to fish here.
A. The grammar of headlines.
Newspaper headlines try to catch the reader's eye by using as few words as possible. Grammar words like articles or auxiliary verbs are often left out. For example, early cut in interest rates forecast. A present simple form of the verb is used. For example, Mayor opens hospital. The infinitive is used to express the fact that something is going to happen in the future. For example, President to visit flood areas.
B. Short dramatic words. Newspapers usually prefer words that are shorter and sound more dramatic than ordinary English words. The words marked with an asterisk can be used either as nouns or verbs.
Newspaper word aid, meaning help. Axe, cut, remove. Back, verb, support. Bar, exclude, forbid. Bid, attempt. Blast, explosion. Blaze, fire. Boost, incentive, encourage. Boss, head. Manager, director. Clash, dispute. Curb, restraint, limit. Cut, reduction. Drama, tense situation. Drive, campaign, effort. Gems, noun, jewels. Go ahead, approval. Hit, verb, affect badly. Key, adjective, essential, vital. Link, connection. Move, step towards a desired end. Ordeal, noun, painful experience. Oust, verb, push out, remove. Plea, noun, request. Pledge, promise. Ploy, noun, clever activity. Poll, election, public opinion survey. Probe, investigation. Quit, verb, leave, resign. Riddle, noun, mystery. Strife, noun, conflict. Talks, noun, discussions. Threat, danger. Vow, promise. Wed, verb, marry. Newspaper headlines often use abbreviations. For example, PM for Prime Minister, MP for Member of Parliament. See Unit 78 for more abbreviations.
C. Jokes in headlines. Some newspapers also enjoy making jokes in their headlines. They do this by playing with words, or punning. For example, a wet open-air operatic concert was described as torrential rain in most arias. An announcement that a woman working at the Mars Chocolate Company had got an interesting new job was Woman from Mars to be first Briton in space. Note the word Britain is almost exclusively found in newspapers. A. English in the USA.
English in the USA differs from British English. Pronunciation is the most striking difference, but there are also differences in vocabulary and spelling, as well as some differences in grammar. Americans say the fall, while British English speakers say autumn. American speakers say on the weekend. British English prefers at the weekend. Yet, generally, British and American speakers have little difficulty in understanding each other.
B. American English spelling.
American English spelling is usually simpler. For example, British English words ending in OUR and RE end in OR and ER in American English. For example, colour, colour, centre, centre. Many verbs ending in ISE in British English end in IZE in US English. Realise, realise. There are differences in individual words too. For example, British jewellery is jewellery in American English.
C. US words and their British equivalents. Travel and on the street.
American English, British English. Gas, gasoline. Petrol, truck, lorry. Baggage, luggage. Sidewalk, pavement. Crosswalk, zebra crossing. Line, queue. Vacation, holiday. Parking lot, car park. Trunk of car, boot. Hood of car, bonnet. Freeway, interstate, motorway. One-way trip, single. Round trip, return. Railway car, railway carriage. Subway, underground.
In the home.
Garbage, trash, rubbish. Elevator, lift. Eraser, rubber. Apartment, flat. Closet, wardrobe. Yard, garden. Drapes, curtains. Flashlight, torch. French fries, chips. Scotch tape, sellotape. Cookie, biscuit. Candy, sweets. Bathroom, restroom. Toilet, WC. Diaper, nappy. Pantyhose, tights.
Baggage is also common in British English, especially in the context of air travel.
Washroom is commonly used in Canada.
D. Different meanings. Here are some words and phrases which could cause confusion when used by Brits and Americans talking together, because they mean something different in each language.
Check.
Bill.
Bill.
Note.
Pants.
Trousers.
Underpants.
Underpants. Pants.
Undershirt.
Vest.
Vest.
Waistcoat.
Wash the dishes.
Wash the dishes. Wash up. The second floor.
The second floor.
The first floor. The ground floor.
The ground floor. The first floor. Wash up.
Wash your hands.